Chapter 26, Whose hat is this? Richie. Moji burst into tears, looked at the lion underneath, and said with anger, I don't remember ever teaching you this. As if feeling the resentment of his master, the lion Richie finally came back to his senses and made a pretentious roar at Ian to show his mighty power. However, Ian still sees through everything. The lion looks fierce, but in fact, it's a fool. Just now, although he only had a fight with him, Ian could feel that his strength was comparable to that of the lion, and their speed was similar. It was no problem to beat the lion. The problem was that his katana was broken. Although Ian was in good shape, his physical skills were flawed. He has not practiced any martial art. Besides swordsmanship, he still has no other fighting methods. Forget it, I'll just use the Blade Master's long sword. Ian thought so, and in his mind, he chose to equip the Blade Master long sword. The next second, Ian opened his hand, and a long red sword appeared in his hand immediately. Since Moji took Richie and went to face Ian, all the pirates on the ship had been watching the battle between them. When Ian's sword was chewed, the pirates were very excited. They thought this time the boy could not run away. However, when the sword of the assassin Samuro has suddenly appeared in Ian's hands, everyone was frightened. What happened? From where did the boy take out such a huge sword? He's naked. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Yet. This kid is probably like the captain, a monster that had eaten a devil fruit. SHH. You dare to say that our captain is a monster? Don't you want to stay alive? Not only the pirates whispered, but even Moji and Kabeji, who were watching the battle, were shocked. As members of the Buggy Pirates, they naturally knew how powerful their captain was, so they were subconsciously afraid of the devil fruit, which was beyond their knowledge. Holding the long sword of the assassin Samuro, which had a fierce and rough shape, even the lion Richie could not help but step back. The heck? With this sword in my hands, I have the world. Ian held the Blade Master's long sword in his hands and felt arrogance. Now I see. You can't chew this one. Holding the handle in both hands, Ian pointed the tip of the sword at Moji and Richie and said, come again. Moji was stimulated by the relaxed expression on Ian's face. He was always the only one who followed Captain Buggy in his tyranny. When did he start to be despised by such a boy who had just gone to the sea? Taking out his whip, Moji whipped Richie's ass and roared, kill him. Under the pain caused by Moji, he also refused to feel the threat brought by the long sword of Ian. So he swooped to bite Ian. Ian crossed his blade and was preparing for a hard-hitting frontal attack. He suddenly heard a burst of a sound broke through the air coming from the right side. He quickly turned his head and avoided an unexpected attack. The sneak attacker turned out to be Kabeji, who had been silent all the time. This man was despicable, silently sneaked and said nothing, and when he came up, he was on top of Ian's head. If Ian hadn't reacted quickly, he would have lost his head. In order to avoid Kabeji's attack, Ian failed to parry Richie's attack. He was kicked by Richie's paw and was hit on his sword. A great force came and pushed Ian a few steps back. When the pirates saw this scene, they immediately applauded for their deputy captain and chief of staff, as if they had defeated Ian. Together, we can take him down. Kabeji finally opened his mouth and said to Moji, otherwise, we will all be punished when Captain Buggy comes out. Moji also knew the seriousness of this matter. The 9 pirate members lying on the deck were still covered with blood. If they couldn't capture the attacker, Captain Buggy won't spare them when he came out, so they began to attack Ian together. Ian was still lacking experience, and whether it was the lion Richie or Kabeji, these guys were very aggressive. Ian could only hold his ground temporarily, withstanding the attack of the two. In the course of the battle, Ian hated Kabeji the most. This guy's attacks were insidious, and all aimed at Ian's vital organs. He was intent on killing Ian. If he remembers correctly, in the original storyline, after Zoro got on the boat of Luffy, they will encounter the group of Buggy in the Orange Town, and it was this guy Kabeji, who especially focused on hitting Zoro's stab wounds. Though in Frost Moon Village, Ian teased Zoro from time to time, but there were feelings between them, not to mention the time spent together. Ian has already treated Zoro as his brother. When Ian thought of Zoro being kicked in his stab wound by the bastard Kabeji, Ian felt a burst of blood rushing through his head. Only this Kabeji, I want spare. With this in his mind, Ian started, dodging a swing of Richie's claw, suddenly took a step forward, leaned his body, and slashed the Blade Master's sword violently. The light of the blade turned into a huge arc projectile in front of him and cut to Kabeji, who was about to attack. Although Kabeji resisted, it was in vain. Ian's long sword was filled with a large amount of nin. This blow cut the ridiculous western sword in Kabeji's hand directly, leaving a large wound in his chest. Kabeji looked at Ian in disbelief. He saw the coldness in his eyes. He didn't understand why Ian wanted to kill him so badly. With a bang, the door leading to the cabin opened, and Buggy rushed out of the door, shouting loudly, "Oh, no, that's terrible! This hat!" Before the words were finished, Buggy saw the scene of Kabeji's chest bursting with blood and slowly falling to the ground. Buggy's eyes were full of blood. Although he doesn't care about his men, it was different from the two cotters who follow him. Whether Kabeji or Moji, they are the cornerstone of his Buggy pirate regiment. Especially the sinister fellow, Kabeji, was most liked by Buggy. Otherwise, he won't be given the post of Chief of Staff. However, now, his Chief of Staff, Kabeji, was attacked in front of his own eyes. He was chopped by a naked boy with a big red sword. "Boy! Who are you?" Buggy roared, "You dare to kill Kabeji? Are you impatient with your life?" After Ian took out this indiscriminate blow, he naturally discovered the appearance of Buggy. He sniffed back and said, "What do you call this? You with the big red nose, telling someone to steal my things and even dared to not admitting your own mistakes? This is a world full of pirates, but not all of them behave in the same way. There are pirates with an ideal conscience, but there are also pirates with bad behavior and are unscrupulous. It is obvious that the Buggy pirate group is one of the latter. So Ian will not be polite to Buggy. Starting by chopping down Kabeji, he wouldn't show any mercy to Buggy either. Don't call me Big Red Nose! Buggy roared fiercely and then suddenly responded, You said we stole your stuff? What stuff? My clothes, my hat. And den mushy in the hat. Ian sniffed. That's what just happened. Don't you dare to deny it. Buggy raised his bear ear cap and asked, You mean this hat? Yes. Ian nodded. Buggy was dumbfounded when he saw the hat. He was so familiar with it that he rushed back to the cabin to verify his memory. As a pirate, in addition to avoiding the pursuit of the Marines, most of the time, he had to know the situation of their peers. So in his cabin, he had always kept the bounties attached to the newspaper. This is for the sake of being careful not to get into big trouble when he meets those peers in the future. The bear ear cap that Buggy had felt so familiar with seemed to be one of some great pirates in his memory. Buggy rushed into the cabin just to look through the bounty lists and see who it is. He turned over, but after seeing the pictures on the reward list, Buggy began to tremble. Over there, it was 2 years ago that he was recruited by the world government and became a member of the Shishibukai. The reward amount is 296 million berries, known as the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Buggy looked at the picture and the bear ear cap in his hand. Not mistaken. This hat is exactly the same hat as that worn on the tyrant's head. In that instant, the whole body of Buggy was pale. He thought that he had let his men loot the boat aboard by Kuma, one of the 7 Shishibukai. Buggy only felt that his entire life would be destroyed by his greed. Although he had been a crew member of Roger the Pirate King and had once fought with Roger against Whitebeard, but now it is totally different from that time. He had gone out to sea and worked alone, without Roger in his back, and with a bunch of fools at his fleet. When they meet Bartholomew Kuma, the end can be foreseen. That's why he rushed out in a panic. He was thinking about telling his crew to rush everything back and see if they could make up for it. However, as soon as he came out, he saw that Kabeji had been cut down, and heard Ian say that this hat was his. Buggy's brain was somewhat overwhelmed. A capitalized obscurity engraved on this face, with his big red nose, how funny the picture was. Chapter 27, Refuse to Join. It took Buggy a little time to finally react on what was going on. Since this hat belongs to the boy in front of him, then this means that the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma did not appear here. This made Buggy feel relieved. If a legendary pirate with a bounty near 300 million appears in the East Blue, all the pirates in this area probably will suffer. The reason is very simple. Generally speaking, the amount on the wanted poster does not only represent the strength of the pirates but also the threat they pose to the world government. The nearly 300 million bounty pirates are responsible for the pursuit of at least a vice-admiral. And when one of those vice-admirals come to the East Blue, it would be enough to kill all the pirates in this sea. Even if Bartholomew Kuma is already a member of the Shishibukai, the Marines will not necessarily pursue him, but whether he appears or the Marines appears, it would be the same. However, Buggy was still a bit confused and asked Ian, "Boy, why do you have this hat? What is your relationship with Bartholomew Kuma?" Ian gave him a blank look and said, "What's the matter with you? Give me back my hat and clothes." Buggy thought with his head tilted. He actually threw back Ian's clothes and hat. Ian was not polite. He came over and examined it. He found that the den mushy in his hat was all right, but the little fellow might be frightened. When he saw Ian, his big eyes were full of tears. Ian touched it, reassured it a little, put it on his head, and then put on the bear ear hat. The den mushy was usually sleeping, so although the hat was dark, it has no effect on it, it will retract into its shell. In the eyes of the public, Ian began to wear his clothes. Seriously, no one wanted to fight naked under the eyes of a group of old men. If there were beautiful women, they would completely go blind by his strong body. So when he put on his clothes and pants, Ian was finally relieved, and there was no such feeling of cool wind. While he was dressing, Moji moved to Buggy's side. He was frightened by Ian's slashing kabaji. Now, when both sides met, he came to Buggy and reminded him, "Captain, be careful, this kid is also a devil fruit user." Buggy was stunned, "Is he?" Moji nodded and said, "In all likelihood, when he got on board, he only brought an ordinary sword, but when the sword was smashed by Richie, he suddenly turned the long red sword out of his hand." Before all words came out, Buggy suddenly grabbed his collar and growled, "Who do you say is a big red nose?" "No, no." Moji suddenly realized that he had also violated the captain's taboo words, and quickly defended, "I am talking about the sword, the sword." Buggy let go of him, touched his chin, and said, "You said that his sword suddenly emerged out?" "Yes, he was naked. That sword can't be hidden. I went up with Kabaji, and we were not his opponents." "Devil fruit ability?" Buggy laughed, "I never heard of such devil fruit, what kind of devil fruit is it?" They didn't know the real situation of Ian, but they regard Ian as a devil fruit user. During the time when they mumbled, Ian has already dressed, and Buggy sees it now, and immediately opened his mouth, "Boy! Are you interested in becoming one of the Buggy pirates? As long as you come, the position of commander of the crew will be yours." Buggy thought about it for a long time and came with this idea. Even though Kabaji and a bunch of pirates were lying on the deck, and their situation was unknown, he chose to invite Ian as if he hadn't seen them. Buggy knows Kabaji's fighting power, but the kid in front of him can cut Kabaji down with one blow, which shows that this kid is not weak at all. The thing that Buggy was most concerned about was the bear ear hat. Although Ian did not tell him about it, Buggy also thought intuitively that the boy in front of him might really have something to do with Bartholomew Kuma. Buggy and his pirates have always been very low-key, there are two reasons for this. Since Roger was executed, Buggy has been concealing the fact that he used to be a trainee on the Pirate King's ship. Even the people under him didn't talk about it. The reason is very simple. If this thing is exposed, how many marine figures can be expected to come after him? This is the first reason that Buggy has been relatively low-key. The second reason is that Buggy's enthusiasm for the treasures is even greater. His dream of being a pirate is that one day, he will rob all the treasures of the world, which leads to his unwillingness to confront the Marines and cause too much trouble. Now for him, Bartholomew Kuma is a trouble, a big one, although he doesn't know what the real relationship between the boy and Kuma was, but in order to avoid this trouble, then he asked him to join his pirate group and at the same time to replace his right-hand man that he just lost. This was the best choice. In this way, they can not only have more than one fighter but also avoid the possibility of a confrontation with a Shishibukai. This was the best for both sides. However, when he confidently extended an invitation to Ian, Ian unexpectedly refused, "No. I'm not going to be a pirate." Before going out to sea, Ian figured out that there was no future for him personally when he was a pirate. Even though the pirates lived very smartly, it seemed that they did not lack money, and often could be linked to words like treasures. However, how did most of the money come from the Straw Hat Pirates? It was by robbery. Pirates who really make a fortune by looking for treasures are very rare. Ian is very short on money. Since he had this system, it can be said that the growth of his strength is linked to how much money he has. If he is a real pirate, he doesn't know when he will become a rich man. And after all, Ian has his own moral outlook. Ian doesn't want to rely on the money that comes by killing and robbing. Bullying those weak civilians is not a real strong mentality. Therefore, Ian never thought about being a pirate. On the contrary, he found that as long as his strength grows, the high reward pirates wanted by the world government can become his best target for making money. Yeah, a pirate hunter, or a bounty hunter. This was the goal of Ian at this stage. He's not going to join the pirates, let alone the one inviting him now was Buggy with such a group that seems to be funny. After listening to him, Buggy narrowed his eyes in disbelief. You dare to reject the great Captain Buggy? Ian shook his head and said, I can't see what's great about your big red nose, Captain. Buggy jumped like a thunderbolt. How many times have I told you, don't call me red nose? As he said, Buggy pulled out many daggers from his waist. These daggers were sandwiched between his fingers. Buggy crossed his hands in front of his chest and looked at Ian fiercely through the gap of the knives. If that's the case, then you will stay here. I'll hang you up and let you taste my special Buggy shell. After that, Buggy rushed toward Ian with his knives. Ian gripped this long sword with both hands and calmly looked at the rushing Buggy. When he came to him, Ian saw Buggy's fist with the daggers as a paw, and it was waved at him. Ian was not surprised. Watching the daggers were about to attack him, he instantly launched a true flash. He flashed past Buggy, and his long sword in his hands crossed Buggy's waist. Buggy's body suddenly split into two halves and slammed into the ground. Buggy's pirates watched the scene and secretly laughed. They wanted to see Ian's unexpected appearance. However, unexpectedly, Ian suddenly turned around sharply, and the long sword in his hands slammed to a position on his right side. After Ian's blow came out, it hit an object instantly. It was Buggy's hand that came out of his body with sharp daggers on it. This hand quietly tried to sneak into Ian. But neither Buggy nor his pirates thought that Ian had not relaxed because he had cut Buggy into two parts with one strike. He had already expected a possible sneak attack from Buggy. After cutting Buggy's body into two sections, Ian pointed to Buggy lying on the ground with his sword and said, Don't pretend to be dead, I know you're fine. Buggy unexpectedly floated his upper body in midair and said surprisingly, How do you know that? Chop chop fruit, right? Ian laughed and said, Sure enough, you can't be chopped to death. Although he laughed, Ian did have some surprises in his mind. Although he had known the effect of Buggy's chop chop fruit for a long time, he shouldn't have thought about chopping him anymore, but just now he couldn't help trying. He wanted to try and see if when the Nin was winding up on his sword, could that hurt Buggy? However, the experiment proved that it seemed impossible. He could feel that when his sword was crossing Buggy's body, he did not receive any resistance. His body seemed to be separated from itself as soon as it met the sharp blade, and then in winding around the blade was as if it had not touched Buggy's body at all. No wonder even the incidental aggressive chopping is ineffective for him, even my hawk can't kill him. This guy's fruit ability is indeed the nemesis of many swordsmen. Buggy was also quite surprised. He didn't realize that he hadn't been overcast to Ian. Did this kid know his name somewhere before, so he was prepared? Buggy thought about it, laughed awkwardly and said, You know, what I really like is fighting with a swordsman like you. After I send you to hell, you'll regret the thought about fighting against the great Captain Buggy. In this way, Buggy suddenly twisted his upper body, then suddenly separated his head from his chest, turned his arms into windmills, and flew towards Ian with the blades. Bara Bara Senbei. Chapter 28, What was the reason of this fight? Seeing the whirlwind blade thrown out by Buggy, Ian just had enough time to erect his sword forward to deflect the daggers. He then heard the jingling clash of the daggers on his sword. He even saw sparks coming out from the blade of his sword. However, Ian had just blocked the upper body attack that Buggy had thrown, and in the next second, Buggy even lost his legs. There were sharp knives hidden on the tips of his shoes, and they were spinning and flying towards Ian's legs in the same way. Bara Bara Senbei. Chop chop buzzsaw. Ian was resisting the attack from above but had no time to wave his sword and block the upcoming attack, so he could only jump up and avoid the attack from the ground. When Ian jumped up, Ian was naturally in midair, and Buggy's first upper body attack suddenly stopped, and a wrist with daggers flew towards Ian in midair like a bullet. Ian couldn't dodge it at this moment. He could only bite his teeth and slash toward the wrist. It was a subconscious act, but he forgot that Buggy's body could be separated at any time. Ian split the wrist from the middle, but the two-half wrist was still flying, flying over Ian's face with sharp blades, and cut 2 scars on his face. After landing, Ian wiped his face, and his hands were covered with blood. This was his first battle with a devil fruit user. It feels so weird that the fighting style of the regular people can't be applied to the devil fruit user at all. Ha ha ha. Buggy laughed loudly, see how awesome Captain Buggy is? Ian didn't talk, tightened his hat a little, and rushed with his long sword in both hands toward the location of Buggy's head. Didn't I say that? Chopping doesn't work on me. Buggy sneered. Ian was too lazy to talk back to him. When he rushed to him, he swung his hands, and his sword was slashing toward Buggy's face. Do you want to die? Buggy saw his movements and said, well, let's see why it's called immortality. He thought that Ian attacked his head in an attempt to attack the critical position, but when Ian's great sword was about to cut into Buggy, he twisted his wrist. His attack was going to strike the blades of Buggy, but suddenly turned into the long sword to Buggy's face. The long sword of the Blade Master Samurai was different from that of an ordinary samurai sword. That blade was wider. With this unexpected twist of the blade, Buggy could not respond at all, and Ian hit him in the face at the right time. Buggy was hit by the side of the blade like a baseball bat. At that moment, the tremendous force came, and Buggy's whole face was deformed, and his head was pulled out from his body, like a shell, and with a loud bang, a big hole was made in the plank of the cabin. How powerful is Ian now? After he was equipped with the Blade Master's sword, and with 30% of the attributes are added, that will make his strength exceed 100 points. This is already a strength that can compete with the Lion Richie. It is no surprise that he can achieve such an effect. If chopping is not possible, then a blunt hit will be used. This time, Buggy's body did not split again. Seeing this scene, Ian felt that Buggy's chop fruit might be affected by the pressure. The sharper the blade, the higher the pressure, the more it will cause Buggy's body to split, but in turn, the smaller the pressure, the less he will split unless he takes the initiative to do so. The pirates on the boat were stunned to see the big hole in the cabin, and they looked at Ian, then looked at the big hole, then looked at Ian again. They didn't know what to say. This is a battle between 2 monsters. They can't intervene. Even Captain Buggy, who they think has always been invincible, has been beaten up. What could we do? If they could, they would want to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. There was a slamming sound on the cabin's debris, and Buggy's head is seen floating in midair, swayed out of the doorway, but this time, half of Buggy's face was swollen. It seems that Ian had just slammed his sword on Buggy's face and it was effective on him. It hurt me so much. Buggy gritted his teeth and looked at Ian. Boy, you've managed to piss me off. Ian was surprised to see that this guy was all right, and it seemed that Buggy's ability to resist attacks was not as bad as he had imagined. Unlike Luffy, who has a paramecia type of devil fruit, Buggy was different. Luffy has no pain or fear of bullets. That's because he's a rubber man. The substance of his body has changed. But it seems that Buggy's fruit has not altered his material. Although he's not afraid of chopping and being cut into many pieces and can be restored, but his body is still a normal body. When his body is not separated, he will always feel pain when he receives an attack. The strength of the devil fruit comes from his training exercises. Buggy probably knows his weakness, maybe he has also done targeted training. Otherwise, Ian who just smash him on the face, with overwhelming strength, not to mention of being fainted, he would at least lose 2 teeth. But Buggy's face was just a little swollen. Tut! Ian felt a little troubled. Buggy's ability is not only strange, but it's really a headache. Unless he was stunned by the Karski or the absolute advantage of power, this fellow is like a jelly. He can't cut him in any way and can't be killed. He really has no good idea to take him down. At this time, Buggy's wrist floated again in midair and stabbed at Ian. Ian originally wanted to reinvent the technique and used the sword like a bat to the flying wrist. However, what he did not expect was that Moji moved at this time. He moved with the Lion Richie and suddenly jumped up from the side. Instead of attacking him with his claws, he pressed his whole body on Ian and threw him directly to the ground. Then, Richie's forelimbs crushed Ian's shoulders so that he couldn't move. Buggy laughed and said, "Well done, Moji. Just hold him down like this." As he spoke, he manipulated his wrist, and he was about to stab Ian's face with a dagger. Seeing the dagger will pierce his eyes. In the midst of the crisis, Ian suddenly broke out suddenly. Over the years, he has mastered the control of the Nen, and at this time, he used it. Although he did not use it on a flash skill, Ian accumulated the Nen on his body. This sudden explosive force suddenly overturned the lion Richie above. Then Ian twisted his head desperately, and Buggy's dagger was inserted in his ear. That was close. Ian stood up, and he didn't expect that Moji would even sneak in to help Buggy. Ian thought that he and his foolish lion were not threatened, but carelessly, it has almost hit its mark. Looking at the unkind Moji and Buggy, Ian's headache was getting worse and worse. This bastard, Buggy, no matter how he cut him, he won't die, and now there are Moji and Richie beside him to help, which was even more difficult. However, just at this moment, Ian was suddenly stunned and slapped his head. Damn it, did he just get dizzy? Why do you want to be so entangled with Buggy? Wasn't my purpose is to regain my clothes, my hat, and my den mushy? Now those things have been brought back, why am I still here? Buggy is a pirate with a 10 million bounty. Isn't it normal to take him for the time being? Can't I just go out to sea and try to knock down this pirate regiment? After discovering that he was caught in a misunderstanding, Ian suddenly became cheerful, took a neutral position, jumped out of the battle circle, twisted up Kabeji who was lying on the ground, and then suddenly rushed to the top of the cabin, where the rudder of the pirate ship of Buggy was located. Ian rushed over and cut down the rudder with one stroke. Neither Buggy nor Moji expected Ian to stop fighting suddenly, so Ian's series of actions had been completed in a daze. Bye-bye. I don't want to play with you anymore. Ian smiled and said to the pirates of Buggy, see you next time. After that, Ian grabbed Kabaji's collar and jumped out of the boat with him. Catch him. Buggy finally responded to what had happened and roared, catch him. Don't let him run away. The pirates rushed to the side of their ship in a hurry. Looking down, they found that Ian had jumped onto his boat below the Buggy's ship. What are you looking at? Jump into the sea and chase him. Buggy kicked a pirate out to the sea and roared. So the pirates jumped into the sea like dumplings. But Ian didn't care at all. The boat was so small. Anyone who dared climb up, he will be beaten up with one strike. He didn't believe that these pirates had the courage to go on his boat. As for the shipwreck, Ian didn't believe that their swimming speed was as fast as their boat speed. How can they catch up to his boat? The pirates probably know this too. Although they jumped into the sea, they just were scared of Buggy's shouting. But what made Ian feel surprised was that Buggy actually floated his upper body and threw a dagger at Ian. Ian shunned sideways and waved his hand to Buggy with a smile. He knew that Buggy could float his upper body when his feet touched the ground, and his limit was only 200 meters. He couldn't reach it any farther, so he didn't worry at all. Kid. I am going to kill you one day, I will kill you. Buggy roared in midair. He didn't dare to chase him too far, because below him was the sea. Once the devil fruit user falls into the sea, although his ability is still there, he will be powerless, unable to swim and he will drown. Buggy worried that once he leaned up, he will be shot into the sea by Ian, and this will be awful. My name is Ian, remember this name. Ian closed his index and middle fingers and put them in front of his forehead, giving him a Polish-style salute, and then smiled and paddled away quickly. Leaving Buggy alone in midair, grinding his teeth in frustration. Chapter 29, Ian's Great Plan for Making Money. Looking at the fading boat, the pirates who were still on board, carefully asked Buggy, Captain, do you want to shoot? As a result, Buggy, who was floating in the air and full of rage, kicked him directly without thinking, are you idiots? When the boat is already that far, can you hit it with your skills? Moji also said alongside, don't fire. Kabeji was taken on that boat by him. We still don't know if he is still alive, but if he's hit by gunfire, he might die. His relationship with Kabeji is not very good, because Kabeji often bullies him and his lion Richie, but in any case, Kabeji has always been the chief of staff of the Buggy Pirate Regiment. In front of Buggy, Moji still has to take into account. Go and fix the rudder right away. Buggy shouted at them, after repairing it, catch up to him immediately. All right. Captain Buggy. They were afraid to say anything and quickly moved up. Moji whispered to Buggy, Captain, do you think that the kid took Kabeji away is more than just being a hostage? Buggy was stunned, what do you mean? I mean, is it possible that he will take Kabeji to the Marines for the reward? Moji said, that kid is not a pirate, but he doesn't look like a Marine, so maybe he's a bounty hunter? Well, That's very likely. Buggy touched his chin and wondered, no, we have to catch up as soon as possible. If Kabeji is dead that's fine, if he's still alive, that kid will hand him over to the Marines, and we'll have to go to the Marines jail to rescue him. Speaking of this, Buggy suddenly asked, by the way, Moji, you said that the kid might be a devil fruit user, but why didn't I see him use a strange power? There's nothing special about him except that sword looks very long. Moji was stunned too, as if that was the case. A thick-lipped pirate next to him could not help but say, Captain Buggy, that man does not seem to be a devil fruit user. When he got on board, he was wet. He should have swam on the sea. When Buggy heard this, he became furious. He grabbed Moji's collar and said, are you stupid? It was so obvious, and you couldn't see it. I'm sorry. Moji apologized quickly and said, but that large sword really came out of his hand suddenly. I'm absolutely not mistaken. Oh. Buggy's interest came as soon as he heard what Moji said. It was said that the boy has some kind of treasure in his body, and I think he can hide the weapon he carries. The last thing was ignored when Buggy heard the word treasure. Suddenly his eyes turned to two bright yellow stars, and he made up his mind to catch up to Ian. He wanted to see if he could rob the so-called treasure from Ian. While they were busy repairing the rudder for Buggy, Ian had rowed the boat far away. Affirming that Buggy could not catch up in a short time, Ian stopped paddling, opened the boat's sails and began to move forward with the wind. Until this time, he had time to confirm Kabaji's situation, whatever if he's dead or alive. To be honest, he felt that this battle was a bit inexplicable. When he was robbed, he did not expect that he would meet the Buggy pirates here. However, since they met and fought, he must have gained a bit of harvest after the fight. That harvest was Kabeji. Moji guessed it right. The reason why he had taken Kabeji with him when he left, the purpose was naturally for the bounty. Although he did not know how much Kabeji was worth, it is reasonable to say that since Buggy has been wanted, his cotters would not be without a bounty. The bounty order is generally for the whole pirate group. Ian cut Kabeji with a blow at that time and did not know whether he was dead or not, but in most cases, the wanted pirates are wanted either dead or alive. Maybe some people will ask why not cut down Moji and take him too for his bounty? Because that's not possible, Ian was alone. He doesn't even have a rope. Even if he can carry 2 people, his small fishing boat can't fit them. So Ian can only take Kabeji first. As for Moji and Buggy, he needs to wait for the next time. Yeah, in Ian's eyes, the whole Buggy pirates was his goal of earning their bounties. If he can, he won't mind killing them all at once. After this battle, Ian also had some confidence in his own strength. He found that even if his level was still low, even though he has used only 1 card of its bonus, but there was still no problem fighting these ordinary pirates. As for the devil fruit ability of Buggy, to be honest, it was a headache, but it was not incomprehensible. Just take advantage of Buggy's splitting ability, he only needs to hold his head and jump into the sea when he is splitting. Let this guy drown and get him done. The reason for choosing to leave in the first place was that it is pointless to stay entangled for too long. He had already thought about it, even if he took down Buggy, his pirates would run into the sea, leaving him alone, and it would be impossible to drive Buggy's boat. And the small fishing boat could not hold so many people, it is better to catch them one at a time. As a bounty hunter, earning rewards was like doing business. Although he does not know how much Kabeji is worth, he doesn't need much. Even 1,000,000 belly is enough for Ian to draw for the first time the 10 consecutive draws. By that time, an extra 4-star orange card will be added, and his strength will improve again. Squatting down, Ian checked Kabeji's breath and found that he was not dead yet. Ian cut him with his sword, almost from the shoulder to the chest, a long sword wound, but when Ian looked at this wound, he found that it was not as deep as imagined. Kabeji seemed to subconsciously retreat when he was facing Ian's sword, which saved his life from Ian's chop. But this was the case, Kabeji has bled a lot, he is already fragile now. For those who he didn't like it, Ian does not care about his survival. He reached out, smacked him on the face a few times, and said, "Wake up! Wake up!" Kabeji leisurely woke up, but his face was pale, and his eyes were swollen. He looked at Ian in confusion and looked around. Knowing that he had been caught, he gave a weak sneer and said, "It seems you are going to hand me over to the Marines." "Well, that's right, I will rely on you for my meals in the future." Ian smiled and nodded. Kabeji snorted coldly, but because he had the wound in front of his chest, he couldn't help but take a sigh of cold air. After a long time, he slowly said, "You provoked us buggy pirates and thought it would be okay? Wait for Captain Buggy to come and rescue me even if I'm handed over to the Marines, and you'll see how you die then." However, what Kabeji did not expect was that Ian blew a whistle and said, "Oh, that would be great." "Great?" Kabeji looked at Ian in a daze and did not understand what he meant. So Ian snapped his fingers and said, "Look, I'll hand you over to the Marines now, and I'm going to earn your bounty first. When Buggy rescues you, your reward will surely be raised because of jailbreaking. Then I will catch you again, and get more money. If Buggy continues to save you, your bounty will get higher and higher. I will continue to catch you for the bounty. What the heck? Just by catching you, that can make me rich." Ian's eyes shone as if he had seen his golden future. He patted Kabeji on the shoulder and said, "Don't let me down. After I hand you over to the Marines, you must escape. I depend on you for my great fortune." Kabeji was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Ian to say such a thing. He didn't even know how to respond at the same time. After a while, he couldn't believe Ian said, You're crazy about money." Ian sighed, and he found that Kabeji was right. In a sense, with such a pit of money system, Ian was afraid of being greedier than Buggy. Putting these aside for a while, Ian asked Kabeji, "By the way, you should know something about navigation, right? Where is the nearest island with a marine base?" "Of course, I know." Kabeji sneered. "I'm the chief of staff of the Buggy Pirates. I've been in the sea for so long. How could I be compared to you, a newcomer who has just gone to the sea? But why should I tell you? So you can send me to the Marines?" Ian nodded and said, Well, understandable. If I were a hostage and people were going to send me to jail, I wouldn't give them the direction. Nevertheless, I would like to remind you that if you don't deal with your wound, you will bleed to death. There is no medicine on board to treat you. If you don't show me the way, you won't stay alive for a long time. And don't expect Buggy to come up and save you. When I left, I cut off the rudder. Choose for yourself." Kabeji was silent, and after a while, he said harshly, "Turn to the east, there is where the nearest marine base is located." It seems that between life and integrity, Kabeji chose to former, even if he didn't want to go to the marine prison. Ian was not surprised at that. It's strange that this despicable fellow didn't choose the latter instead. So looking at the sun above him, Ian found the eastern direction, adjusted the sails, and went away with the wind. Chapter 30, Shell's Town. While sailing on the way, Ian was looking at the system in his mind. After a lapse of 2 years, Ian's experience has finally grown again. When he was on the Buggy's ship, he killed 9 pirates. The 9 pirates provided Ian with 150 experience points, and the experience gained by defeating Kabeji was, even more, 4,300 points. The stronger the opponent, the more experience Ian will have, which he has already confirmed. Now with this experience, Ian was about to rise to level 6. His level didn't matter that much for him, he was thinking about a good way to get better cards to use. Ian couldn't help but to look at the fellow Kabeji. He does not remember how much is Kabeji's bounty. The only way to know was by taking him to the Marines. Thinking of this, Ian asked Kabeji curiously, "Right, what are you doing here in the East Blue, Buggy Pirates?" If he remembers correctly, Buggy should have a map of the Grand Line in his hands. For other pirates, it may be challenging to go to the Grand Line, but for Buggy, it is very simple, because he had conquered the Grand Line once with Roger, the Pirate King. He had a map in his hand, but he didn't go. Instead, he stayed in the East Blue for such a long time, and Ian did not know what he was up to. Ian was very curious about this, so he asked Kabeji, "This person is a cotter of the Buggy Pirates. He should know something about it." Kabeji has lost too much blood, and he was cold all over. It can be said that he was more eager to reach the land than Ian, because even if Ian handed him to the Marines, they would treat his injuries. Hearing Ian's question, he said weakly, "How can I even know that? We all listen to Captain Buggy's words. Can't your boat go any faster? There is nothing to eat, I don't have enough strength right now." Ian gave him a white look. He didn't want to paddle. Originally, when he was hungry and exhausted, he went to the sea to catch a fish. But he didn't think that his stuff would be stolen by pirates, and then he had to fight them with an empty stomach. When he thought about this, Ian didn't have a good mood for Kabeji. Kabeji was about to cry. He felt that Ian was his worst nightmare. Now, even if he wanted to be captured by the Marines, he had to look at Ian's face first. But maybe it was Kabeji's fate. When the two kept talking, a sight of an island has started appearing in front of them. Outside the dock of the island, a small, thin teenager was fishing on a boat. He had pink hair and round glasses. He was short-sighted, so he looked dazed. His fishing rod has been in the water for a long time, but there has been no movement. He was mentally exhausted, so he couldn't help but raise his head and yawn. The tears from the yawn blurred his eyes, and at that moment, he seemed to see a small boat coming his way in the distance. Considering that he was mistaken, he quickly wiped the water mist in his eyes, and then looked carefully again, and found that there really was a boat. Did the fisherman come back from the sea? He thought so. As the boat was getting closer and closer, the teenager saw a figure on the ship and said to him, "Young man, is there a marine base on the island?" When the teenager first heard someone call him by this name, he felt as if he had grown up. He scratched his head and began to giggle. The one who appeared in that boat was naturally Ian. He saw someone on a ship in the opposite direction. So he asked the person, but he didn't expect for the other person to act that way. He couldn't help but think, this boy is not stupid, is he? When the two boats approached, the teenager saw Kabeji lying on the floor of the ship, covered with blood. He was shocked and exclaimed incoherently, what happened to him? How did he get such a heavy injury? Ian found that the pink-haired teenager looked familiar, so he said, "Oh, this guy is a pirate. I caught him, and I'm handing him to the Marines. Do you know the way to the Marine base?" When the teenager listened, he felt relieved and said, I know, I'll take you there." Ian was happy. That's great. So, under the guidance of the teenager, Ian anchored the boat on the wharf and tied it up with a rope. Then he picked up Kabeji and jumped ashore. "You have great strength." The teenager looked at Ian with envy and said, "Brother, are you a pirate hunter?" "Yeah." Ian nodded. "I just started in this business, this guy is the first pirate I caught." After that, Ian suddenly remembered and asked him, "By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Kobe. Kobe Bryant." The boy said. "E.N, it's Kobe." "Kobe?" Ian looked at him in surprise. "No way. It's so coincidental." Ian looked carefully at the boy again. Yeah, indeed, this round face. Although he knew that this child would meet Luffy in the future, and become a marine, and follow the Vice Admiral garb, Ian didn't feel anything. That would come after a long time. Now Kobe is just a seemingly underdeveloped child. "All right, Kobe. I'm Ian. Can you take me to the Marine base?" Ian asked him. "Yeah, sure." Kobe glanced at Kabeji with some fear and subconsciously walked on the other side of Ian. It looks like a small town, much more prosperous than Ian's Frost Moon village. The streets are very clean, and the shops are everywhere. It looks very lively. I don't know if Uncle Sosuke came to this town when he bought medicine for Kuina. Because Ian was carrying Kabeji and he was covered with blood, the pedestrians on the road looked at the three of them in surprise and avoided them as much as possible. But Ian observed that although these pedestrians avoided them, there was not much fear in their faces. Was it because there was a marine base on the island? So he asked Kobe, and he nodded and said, "Yeah, that's right, big brother Ian. This is Shell's town. This island has the 153rd branch. And a marine hero just came here a few days ago. So people here are not afraid of pirates." "Shell's town?" Ian was stunned. "Is this Shell's town?" He quickly asked, "What marine hero? Don't tell me that you are talking about Morgan? Did you hear about him, big brother Ian?" Kobe said in some surprise, "Yeah, that's Captain Morgan. Oh, no. He has now become a lieutenant commander, because he has made great contributions. Some time ago, he caught the captain of the Black Cat Pirates Kuro. So he got a promotion. Now people all over the island are talking about it. They say he's a hero." Black Cat Pirates, Captain Kuro and Morgan, a series of familiar names, once again evoked Ian's memory and made him wrinkle his brows. Instead of noticing the change in Ian's expression, Kobe kept talking with relish, "I heard that the battle was tragic. A ship full of Marines soldiers died. Even Morgan's chin was smashed by the ferocious Captain Kuro. Fortunately, Lieutenant Morgan finally caught the man and brought him back. Now the whole Shells town admires him. I'm just the same, because I want to join the Marines in the future, and then I'll be a Marine hero like Morgan and catch all the evil pirates. As he said, Ian naturally noticed the festive atmosphere in the town. It seemed that what Kobe said was true. People in this town are celebrating the fall of the Black Cat pirates. Ian looked at this dreaming Kobe with some pity. He really wanted to say, don't worship that Morgan, because soon, this axe-hand Morgan will be promoted to colonel. And the people in your town will have a taste of his real deeds. This fellow is not a Marine hero at all. Even capturing Captain Kuro was fake. When he rose to the rank of colonel, he took over Shells Town. That arrogant man would do whatever he wanted in the name of the Marines, and the people who still worshipped him in the town became afraid of him in a few years. Of course, Ian won't say these things to Kobe right now. Even if he says it, no one will believe him. He just said to Kobe, I saw you fishing before? Do you like fishing? Yes. Kobe nodded. Watch out when you go fishing in the future. Ian could only say this in an obscure way, and Kobe was confused. I don't know if Kobe would be foolishly caught by Alvida pirates for boarding the wrong boat in the future. In the middle of the conversation, they start seeing the Marine base, which is a tower-like structure with a narrow upper and a lower width. It looks like a cooling tower of nuclear power, but the tower is painted with a camouflage pattern. There are many windows. There is also M-shaped Marine unique seagull logo. Above the top of the tower, there were also flags of the Marines, and some cannons were arranged. When Kobe took Ian to the tower, he was noticed by the patrolling Marine soldiers. When they saw the sword behind Ian and the seriously injured person in his hands, the soldiers immediately alerted themselves and pointed their guns at Ian. Stop there! This is the Marine base. What are you doing here? Chapter 31, Oopsie. Seeing that these soldiers were holding guns at them, Kobe knew that the other side were Marines, and he couldn't help shaking his legs and making trembling noises with his teeth. He can't help it. He's a coward. When Ian saw the Marines for the first time, he couldn't help looking at them for quite some time. In front of him, all the Marine soldiers should be ordinary lower-level soldiers. They were wearing white short-sleeved shirts and a Marine cap with a seagull sign on. All of them looked like they were well-trained. Speak up. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Among the Marines crowd, a middle-aged Marine soldier with a beard asked again. It was obvious that the middle-aged Marine with a beard should have a relatively high position, so Ian lifted up Kabeji in his hand and signaled to him, I caught a cotter of the buggy pirates, and I want to get his bounty. Should I hand him over here at your Marine base? The middle-aged Marine was stunned, and looked incredulously at Ian. You are a pirate hunter? So young? Ian was a little upset. His face is indeed too young. But he is not a kid, he doesn't like to be looked down upon. He is an adult. So he said unhappily, why? When did a pirate hunter have an age limit? That's not it. The middle-aged Marine quickly waved and said, I am just surprised. After that, he clenched his fist and coughed, and said, the captured pirates are handed over at our Marine base. Come with me, and I'll go through the formalities with you. Then the Marine soldiers also dispersed, got out of the road, and watched Ian carrying Kabeji in. The kid Kobe followed closely, grabbing Ian's clothes, like a frightened animal. When Ian came to the base, he looked around and found that it seems to be a Marine office. On several tables, there were piles of documents, lamps, some denmushi and so on. Who did you say you caught? The middle-aged Marine asked Ian, I need to confirm it. The chief of staff of the buggy pirates, called Kabeji. Ian answered. The buggy pirates, right? Just a moment, please. Therefore, the middle-aged Marine took out a pile of wanted posters and began to look for him. Before he could find it, the almost dead Kabeji raised his head softly and said weakly, I say, can you find someone to help me deal with my wound first? I'm really Kabeji, but I'm dying. The middle-aged Marine looked up at the long sword wound on Kabeji, sighed 2 words, and called in several Marine soldiers. In the hustle and bustle, Ian watched the Marines bandaging Kabeji, but did not expect a dull voice to come suddenly. What's going on? What's this noise? Turning his head around, he found a Marine coming down from the 2nd floor of the base. The man was bareheaded and had a steel jaw. His eyes looked fierce, and his right hand was replaced by a huge steel axe. Seeing this man, the middle-aged Marine who was spoken to Ian immediately raised his head, then stood upright and saluted to the other side, saying with all respect, "Lieutenant Commander Morgan, is your injury all right?" "Well, much better." Morgan nodded, raised his right hand, and said, "It's just this hand that's changed into a weapon. It's a bit out of habit." After saying these few words, Morgan continued to ask, "What's going on?" "Too much noise, this is our base." The middle-aged Marine smiled and pointed to Ian. "Oh, this young man is a pirate hunter. He said he caught a member of the buggy pirates to get his bounty. We were just treating the pirate's injury." Morgan looked at Ian and sneered, "A pirate hunter? Really, this kind of people is just bloodthirsty hyenas. It's all about money. And I don't know what it's like to allow this kind of person to exist." The middle-aged Marine didn't answer, he only laughed 2 times. Ian was staring at Morgan. He found that Morgan at this time doesn't have that arbitrary posture, perhaps because he has not completely assumed power in the Marine base, but there was a sense of superiority. He didn't hide his contempt for the pirate hunters. This man's arrogant personality was already beginning to appear. Ian kept silent, but Morgan has not finished. He continued, "If you want me to say, we still have to rely on our soldiers to fight pirates. These pirate hunters existed just for money, and we are absolute justice." The middle-aged Marine had to butter up and say, "That's just like Lieutenant Commander Morgan, he annihilated the Black Cat pirates." This sentence made Morgan scratch his head, which was the greatest pride in his promotion, and suddenly he burst into laughter. "Right, have you found the reward list?" Morgan asked, "I'd like to see what kind of person this pirate hunter boy has caught." Ian couldn't help but roll his eyes. He knew very well that this guy Morgan is now full of enthusiasm. It was reasonable to look down on the pirate hunters. "Ah, I'm still looking for it." The middle-aged Marine rummaged through the reward list. However, after searching, the middle-aged Marine looked doubtfully, and then rummaged again. "Strange, not yet." The middle-aged Marine finally raised his head and said to Ian, "All the wanted pirates in the East Blue are here, but I've flipped it over, and there's no Kabeji. Did you make a mistake?" Ian squinted, "How could it be? Look for him again. This guy is called Kabeji, the buggy pirates. I checked it." The middle-aged Marine said, "The leader of the buggy pirates, Buggy's reward is 7 million berries, but he's the only one in the pirate regiment who's wanted." Ian's mouth twitched, he was stunned. 7 million berries? What the heck is this? Shouldn't it be 15 million berries? Ian was a little embarrassed. He found that he had made some mistakes. He has gone out to the sea 2 years earlier than Zoro, and 3 years earlier than Luffy, so the current buggy group is different from the one after 3 years. Also, the bounty of the clown buggy has not reached the point of 15 million at all. Even the 2 cotters under his command were not wanted. What the heck? After this long time, he finally found that there was no bounty for the captured Kabeji. Looking at Ian's pale face, Morgan finally couldn't help it, he covered his stomach and burst to laugh. "Ha ha ha, it looks like this rookie pirate hunter caught a pirate and he didn't even know if he has a reward on his head or not. And I was thinking how powerful he was, but finally, it seems that he caught a burglar and came back." The middle-aged Marine also couldn't help but laugh. He handed Ian a pile of wanted posters and said, "Look for him by yourself, it is true that he has no bounty. Besides, you can take these wanted posters and stop making such mistakes in the future." Ian was depressed and looked through the rewards list carefully. Sure enough, he did not find the bounty of Kabeji. In that list, there wasn't only the clown buggy, but Ian also saw the bounty of Arlong the Fishman and Don Krieg, the admiral of the Krieg pirates. But the reward amount of these 2 men was not as high as Ian remembered. Ian wasn't surprised when he didn't find the wanted poster of the Captain Kuro on that list, probably because he was caught by Morgan, so the bounty was cancelled. Ian was so angry that he raised his foot and kicked Kabeji on the side where he was bandaged. "What the heck? You have no bounty. Why haven't you say that? Why haven't you say that?" Kabeji had sat well and let the Marine soldiers bandage his wounds. It was not expected that Ian would suddenly burst of rage and kick him in the right direction where he was bandaged. At the same time, the wounds on his body cracked open again. By the time the emotional Ian was pulled by the Marines, the fellow was dying and feebly said to Ian, it's not that I don't say, you don't let me say it, you insisted on handing me over. As soon as he heard him, Ian couldn't help but rushed over and yelled at him, you dare to say that? Damn you! What are you doing being a pirate and doesn't have a bounty? Go to hell! Kabeji really cried, and in his eyes, Ian has become a fierce devil who is even scarier than his Captain Buggy. It was not enough to physically torture him, now he has even tortured him psychologically. When the Marines didn't put a bounty on me, do you blame me? Because of this incident, the Marine base became more and more chaotic. Many naval soldiers were probing from the outside. When they knew about this farce, they couldn't help but muffle their mouths and laugh. Morgan wasn't able to stand up because of the laughing. In fact, when he heard that Ian was a pirate hunter, he was hostile to him. He had just caught the captain of Black Cat Pirate Regiment, Kuro, Claudor. Now suddenly, a pirate hunter came out, claiming to have caught a cotter of the Buggy pirates, which made Morgan feel that he steal his glory, and he became uncomfortable. But now, when he found out that Ian had made an OOPSI, his hostility disappeared. He even kindly said to Ian, boy, there's no future for a freaking squid pirate hunter. Otherwise, you can join us. Got it? Ian was in a bad mood at the moment. He didn't care much about him, he went over and lifted Kabeji up. Forget it, since this guy has no bounty, I'll take him away. No. Before the soldiers could speak, Kabeji cried out in horror, I'm really a cotter of the Buggy pirates. Aren't you going to arrest me? I don't want to go with this guy. TT. The middle-aged Marine also said to Ian, young man, this doesn't conform to the rules. Although this man does not have a bounty, after all, he is a pirate. It's okay if he doesn't appear in front of us. Now that he appears here, we should catch him as you know. No. Ian shook his head and said, I'll wait until this guy has a bounty before I send him over. The middle-aged Marine also wanted to stop him, but he didn't expect Morgan to talk to Ian. Forget it, since he wants to take him, then take him away. Our prison can't hold too many people. Such a small pirate without a bounty, even when he's locked up, doesn't know when he will be handed in, and it's just a waste of our base's food. After all, Morgan was a lieutenant commander. Although he was a newly promoted official, he was still his superior. So the middle-aged man stopped talking and let Ian take him away. Chapter 32, Buggy Pirates Attack. After Ian left, Morgan smiled at the middle-aged Marine and said, haha, it's really interesting. The pirate caught by this rookie is one of the circus-like Buggy group? Yes. The middle-aged Marine nodded. There was some disdainful dialogue between the two men, and the truth was revealed inadvertently. In fact, at this time, Buggy's real identity had not been discovered by the Marine headquarters, and the Buggy pirates were a really confusing group. Look at Buggy, he is really a clown, and Moji one of his men, he is basically a beast tamer. Even Kabeji was riding a unicycle while juggling. The pirate band doesn't look fierce at all, but more like a funny group. On the contrary, the Buggy pirates are keen on robbing treasures and rarely have direct conflicts with the Marines, so the Marines feel that their pirate band is just a small fighter and not a threat. So far, only the captain of the ship, Buggy, has a bounty, but it's still so low. Ian didn't know this, so he rushed to catch Kabeji and ended up making an OOPSI. And when he came out, Ian became more and more annoyed, punching and kicking Kabeji, who was tied by a rope, and Kabeji, like a lamb, could only endure Ian's anger with tears, and he was punched so hard that his head was full with bumps. If it wasn't for the Marines in the base, they had drugged him. Kabeji was afraid of being killed by Ian. After Ian vented for a while, a loud rumble came from his stomach. It was not until then that Ian remembered that he had not eaten for a long time and smelled the spiciness of food coming from nowhere in the street. Ian felt that his eyes were almost turned green. Kobe also heard this rumbling sound. When Ian was angry, he didn't dare to talk to him at all. Now he quickly changed the subject and said, Brother Ian, aren't you hungry? Why don't I buy you dinner? No. Ian looked at Kabeji with an ill-intentioned eye and said, you don't have to pay for it, let this fellow pay. I have no money. Kabeji weakly. I care about you so much. Ian smirked and said, can't you ride a unicycle? When the time comes, juggle in the street and earn me some money for meals. If you don't earn enough, I'll cut your meat and sell it as beast food. By this time, Ian was completely blackened, and Kabeji was shivering after listening to him. How can a person be able to say such terrible sentences with a smile on his face? However, something more terrible happened to Kabeji. After entering a restaurant in the town that looked quite distinctive under the guidance of Kobe, Ian ordered everything at once and picked whatever dish was expensive. When a large table was finally filled, Kabeji was about to faint. For this table, how long does it take him to perform before he can earn enough money for this meal? Even Kobe was stunned. He was holding a drink and watching Ian chew like a hungry monster as if he had a grudge against the dishes on the table. He couldn't help but look with sympathy at Kabeji, who was tied to a rope. The meaning of that look was obvious: you are really miserable. Whenever he tasted something delicious, he would yell at the restaurant owner and say, "That's good. 10 more." Kabeji collapsed, "How can you eat that much?" As a result, Ian stared at him and said, "I can't pack it and take it away after I finish eating. You'd better think about how to make money first. You have no bounty, then you are responsible for earning money for me." Kabeji cried, this time he really cried. He looked up and shouted in his heart, "Great Captain Buggy! Where are you? Come and save me." Perhaps it was Kabeji's cry that came true. Just as Ian was desperately eating the seafood in the restaurant, on the coast of Shell's town, a pirate boat with a long trunk elephant as its bow was moored there. This ship is naturally the Big Top, the buggy pirate's ship, and the coast there was full of cliffs, and there was no need to worry about people passing by and being found. A small boat quickly rowed alongside the Big Top. Several nimble pirates climbed up the ladder and saw Buggy sitting on the deck. The pirates shouted out breathlessly, "Captain Buggy, we have good news." Buggy straightened up and asked, "What is the situation?" "That kid did take the Chief of Staff Kabeji to the Marine 153rd branch." The pirates said, "We didn't dare to approach the Marine base, but when we asked the people in the town, they all said that they saw the boy. So we guessed that the Chief Kabeji had entered the base and would surely be locked up." "Very good." Buggy laughed and said, "Let's go, my crew. Attack the Shell's town, rescue Kabeji, and catch that damn kid." "Hi, hi!" All the members of the buggy pirates on board made a collective shout and then steered the ship aggressively towards the Shell's town. Buggy, on the other hand, commanded the rest of the group and moved the cannon to the side of the ship in a basket of red cannonballs with the buggy pirates logo on the surface. These were the special buggy balls. After all, Kabeji is a senior coder in his pirate group. Although Buggy has been very low-key, for Kabeji, and to seek his revenge for Ian, he can only be high-profile this time. Buggy is somehow a great pirate who returned from the Grand Line. Usually, he does not provoke the Marines, not just because he was unwilling to, but because he can't afford the consequences. But Moji hesitated and asked Buggy, "Captain Buggy, that's a Marine base. Is it okay for us to do that? What are you worried about?" Buggy stared at him, "It's just a branch, not a grand branch of the headquarters. Probably there will be no powerful Marines in the town. The highest rank on the 153rd branch is a colonel, but also the kind of old man waiting for retirement." Buggy was not really worried. The real elite strength of the Marines was concentrated on the Grand Line. The Marines there is the Grand Branch of the headquarters. Such a Grand Branch will have a G sign in front of its numbers, such as the G2 branch and the G5 branch. The Marines here in the East Blue isn't compared with the Grand Branch, even if it has a colonel rank, but its strength varies greatly. Maybe he was a colonel of the Grand Branch. Buggy has to think carefully about how he wants to attack the Shell's town, but for the fast retired colonel of the 153rd branch, Buggy did not take him seriously. Moji nodded and was a little relieved, but cautioned, "By the way, Captain Buggy, I heard that there was a Marine soldier named Morgan in Shell's town, who had just wiped out the Black Cat pirates and caught their captain Kuro. This man needs to be noticed." "Really?" Buggy was stunned, then touched his chin and sneered, "Well, this man will be dealing with me this time. You just rush into the base to rescue Kabeji." The Big Top left the cliff and headed toward the pier of Shell's town. It was not long before it appeared on the shore. In the 153rd branch base, the soldiers who were in charge of looking at the top of the tower discovered the pirate boat of Buggy at that time. The pirate flag hanging on it was so conspicuous, and after a couple of seconds, the alarm issued. Who? The sirens of a pirate raid rang in the whole Shell's town. People in the town were stunned at first, but then they reacted to what had happened. They immediately rushed out of their homes in panic and from various stores and took their way to the location of the Marine base. At this time, the soldiers in the Marine base ran out holding their weapons. They organized their men, put the asylum-seeking townspeople into the Marine base to hide them, and reported to their superiors about the attack of the buggy pirates. Colonel Rakeku, of the 153rd Branch, is an old Marine. He has been here in the East Blue for 20 or 30 years. Sailors with this rank could survive in the peaceful East Blue. It was his first time that a pirate group attacked a Marine base, so even he was a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, the newly promoted Lieutenant Morgan, although he was arrogant, he still had some courage. Colonel Rakeku immediately reported the news to him, and he took the initiative to lead the Marines to stop the pirates. Colonel Rakeku did not even think about it, and he immediately agreed. To be honest, when he caught Captain Kuro, Morgan did not know how he did it. He was hypnotized by Django into believing that he had captured Kuro, but he was promoted. This promotion completely inspired his ambition. In fact, he had secretly looked at Colonel Rakeku's position and wondered how he could replace him and become the leader of the 153rd Branch when Colonel Rakeku retired. This time, the attack of the buggy pirates was his best opportunity. As long as he can lead the Marines to kill these pirates, his achievements won't be erased. When the time comes, he will have this credit, and it won't be a problem to be a colonel. So, Morgan confidently took the naval soldiers to the dock. At this time, Ian, who was still eating in the restaurant, was confused. He kept eating for a while, and when he looked up, he found that there was no one in the restaurant. Not only the customers, but even the restaurant owner was gone. Anyone here? Where are the people? Ian was so hungry that he didn't even hear the alarm when he ate. At this time, Kobe ran from the outside and said in a panic, Not good, Ian. Bullet and Buggy's pirate group are coming." When Ian heard him, he looked at Kabeji next to him and smirked. When Kabeji saw Ian like this, he immediately felt that Ian didn't have any good intentions. Sure enough, the next second Ian used a toothpick to clean up his teeth and said, "A good news and a bad news, which one do you want to hear first?" What do you mean?" Kabeji asked in trepidation. "The good news is that you don't have to sell your flesh to make money. And the bad news is that you may be going to prison, and it could be with your captain." Chapter 33, They Had Come. As Ian and Kabeji spoke, the battle between the buggy pirates and the Marines on the sea began. First of all, on the Marine side, the cannons in the base were placed in the high position so the range of attack could reach the offshore. The cannon bombardment sounded. The solid shells whistled as they fly in the air. After falling into the sea and exploding, a high water column sprang upon the sea. However, it is not easy for the cannon to hit a moving ship on the sea. So far, the ship of the buggy pirates have not been hit by artillery shells, and it was moving towards the dock at a very fast speed. Lieutenant Morgan, who had also taken Marine soldiers with him, has positioned them at the dock. They used sandbags to build bunkers, holding their muskets one by one, and stared nervously at the big top. Once the ship came ashore, the pirates won't hesitate to fire. However, what the Marines did not expect was that the big top had started to strike back as soon as it approached the dock. A special buggy ball was stuffed into the cannon, and the pirates aimed the muzzle at the bunker in the shore and then lit the lead behind the cannon. Boom! With a loud noise, the special buggy shell flew out. One side was moving on the sea, while the other was stationary on the shore. After the special buggy ball was shot, it directly hit the Marines' bunker. The position where the Marines' bunker was hit by the cannonball has directly blasted a gap. The Marine soldiers gathered behind were bombed into the sky in an instant. Some of the more tragic ones were blown to pieces. After the special buggy shells hit the Marines' bunker, it continued to fly to the rear at a very high speed and hit the houses of the townspeople. This led directly to the collapse of a row of houses. This is the special buggy shells, not only has great power, but it also has strong penetration ability. When Buggy saw this scene on the ship, he burst into laughter. He was very satisfied with his special shells, and the pirates on the ship were also cheering. But it was a tragedy for the Marines on shore, especially Morgan. His eyes almost came out when he saw the bunker being bombed. The heavy casualties of the Marines reminded him of the scene when he captured Captain Kuro, the picture of the dead soldiers on board. "Get down! You have to lie down!" Morgan shouted to the remaining soldiers. Buggy pirates fired 2 special buggy shells toward the shore, but these 2 times they went askew. The shells grazed the Marines' bunker and flew over, landed in the town behind them, and 2 rows of houses collapsed in a straight line. Morgan naturally took the situation behind him into account. The attack by the buggy pirates had caused great damage to the town, but he had no choice but to rely on the turret on the top of the base tower to hit Buggy's ship. Perhaps the prayer of Morgan has worked. A shell from the top of the fort finally hit the ship of Buggy and exploded on the deck. The pirates were immediately bombed into the sky, and it made a big hole on the floor. Buggy felt very distressed by this blow, so he jumped and shouted, "Go ashore! Get us to the shore!" By this time, the big top has reached the dock, and a group of pirates, armed with all kinds of weapons, jumped ashore from the side of the ship, shouting and killing, while they rushed to the remaining Marines behind the bunkers. "Shoot! Shoot fast!" Morgan commanded the Marine soldiers. The Marine soldiers gathered their courage, straightened up behind the bunker, and fired at the upcoming pirates. The screaming sounds suddenly broke out, and they rushed at the pirates in front of them. Many of them were shot and fell down with bloody flowers blooming. The real battle between the Marines and the pirates was so cruel that both of them had suffered heavy casualties. However, the pirates from Buggy's side were randomly recruited, and their death doesn't mean much for him. On the other hand, that was different for the Marines. Every Marine soldier has been trained for a long time. Once he dies, it means that the Marines' investment in the soldiers has drifted. With the advantage of quantity, the pirates rushed to the bunker and shot the musketeers of the Marines, and then the 2 sides entered the white-bladed battle. The scene became more and more bitter when the swords saw the flesh, the blood was spread all over the place. There are always pirates being cut down, as well as Marine soldiers being attacked and slashed down. The turret on the top of the Marine base didn't dare to fire at this time, for fear that the shells would fall into the crowd and accidentally hurt their teammates. Such a moment was the best time for Morgan to fight. The steel axe of his right arm waved and cut down every pirate getting close to him. It didn't take long for him to take down more than a dozen pirates. This fellow was actually very brave. With him, he naturally inspired the morale of Marine soldiers, but unfortunately, he was also spotted by Buggy. Morgan just chopped a pirate rushing to him. Suddenly, he felt the light on his head dim. He turned his head and saw a huge lion pouncing at him. It was Moji, the deputy captain of the Buggy pirates, and his lion Richie, who was a fool when Ian met him. But in fact, when he fought seriously, the lion Richie was very fierce. He pounced on Morgan and overwhelmed him. Although his axe blocked its mouth, his muscles were not as strong as Richie's, so he fell down. "You're the axe-hand Morgan, the lieutenant commander?" Moji sat on Richie and smiled scornfully. "I heard you caught Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates? Who are you?" Morgan shouted. "I'm the deputy captain of the Buggy Pirates, the beast tamer Moji." Moji said, "Before I was deliberately reminding Captain Buggy to pay attention to you. Now I found that you're not that good. Damn you! Don't underestimate me!" Morgan yelled, and unexpectedly kicked on the lower half of Richie's body. Taking advantage of Richie's pain, Morgan used his greatest strength, and the green veins exposed on his arm, he suddenly turned Richie aside and took the opportunity to get up. However, when he had just got up, a sharp pain suddenly came from the back shoulder position, he screamed and then turned his head, he found that it was a strange hand floating in the air holding a dagger, and the blood was dripping. What is this?" Morgan was shocked. Suddenly the wrist flew towards the rear, and suddenly it glued back to a man. This person was Buggy. The iconic big red nose made Morgan recognize who Buggy was. He could not help shouting, "Buggy! You're a devil fruit user?" As a Marine, Morgan naturally heard about the devil fruits, but since the Marines had never confronted with the Buggy pirates before, so far the Marines on this side of the East Blue did not know that Buggy was a devil fruit user. "Haha, you're not mistaken. I am Buggy." Buggy draped his cloak, wearing his captain's cap on his head, and the cross-shaped bone pattern on his forehead made his smile look fierce. He asked Morgan, "Tell me, where is that damned kid with the bear ear hat? And my chief of staff, Kabeji, are you keeping him in the Marine base?" Morgan knows that he was in trouble. The fighting power of the Buggy pirates was not like a fun circus. The pirate hunter who brought Kabeji to the Marine base before was not a rookie. How could it possibly be a rookie to capture their chief of staff from the Buggy pirates? Listening to the screams of the Marine soldiers, Morgan knew that the Marines had lost. The enemy doesn't have a large number of fighters, but they have a devil fruit user. The Marines could not win. So, Morgan made a decision. He suddenly turned around and fled to the Marine base behind him. Buggy didn't think that Morgan would run away without saying a word. He was stunned, with a blank look on his face. Morgan had run away, so Buggy jumped in anger and roared, "Chase him! Catch up with him! Don't let him use Kabeji as a hostage!" Buggy thought that Morgan had fled to the base to threaten them with Kabeji as a hostage. Of course, this was the idea of the pirates. The real purpose of Morgan's escape to the base was to seek for help. It was impossible to resist the Buggy pirates by the strength of the 153rd branch alone. He needs to seek help from the nearby 16th branch, or more insurance, directly from the Marines in Logtown. As for when the reinforcements will arrive, it was beyond Morgan's control. He could only do his best to save the lives of the innocent people. From this point of view, Morgan was not yet overwhelmed by his desire for power. He is a qualified Marine soldier. The Buggy pirates soon got the rest of the Marine soldiers, and then led by Buggy and Moji, they went all the way to the Marine base. Meanwhile, Ian was crawling up from a mess of rubble. Unfortunately, when a special Buggy shell hit the houses in the town, it happened that it passed through the restaurant where Ian ate. Although it did not hit Ian, a big hole was pierced on both sides of the wall, which caused the house to collapse directly if Ian had not seen the opportunity quickly, so if he didn't hide under the dining table and pulled Kobe with him, they would have been badly injured. When Ian got up, he was still a little confused, but when he saw that Kabeji wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, Ian didn't even think about it. He rushed forward and knocked him to the ground with his long sword. Grabbing his scarf and twisting him up, Ian angrily said, "What the heck? Dare to run? If you ran away, who's going to earn me money?" Chapter 34, He's for Sale. Watching Ian tie Kabeji up again and holding the rope as if he was walking with his dog, Kobe's legs were shaking, and he asked, Brother Ian, do you really want to go to the Marine base? The Buggy pirates have gone there. Aren't you throwing yourself into their net? Otherwise why don't we just hide?" Ian shook his head and said, "I still have to go. Don't forget that the inhabitants of the town have already hidden in the Marine base. If they can't resist the attack, those residents may suffer." Kobe looked at Ian in a daze. He had no idea that Ian was still thinking about innocent people. It's true that Ian sometimes has a black belly, but he's not the kind who has no bottom line. The Buggy pirates came here because Ian caught Kabeji. The residents of the town were obviously implicated by Ian, so Ian felt it necessary to solve this problem. "I'll go with you." Kobe didn't know what he was thinking. Suddenly he summoned up his courage and shouted, My home is in this town, and I will defend it with my life." Ian glanced at him and said nothing, pulled down the brim of his hat a little and said, "Then you have to be close to me." Along the way, they saw the bodies of the Marines and pirates. Although some of them were seriously injured, they all remained motionless. It looked very tragic. Among those who were on the ground, it seemed that the Marines were more numerous, and Ian knew that they had failed. Subconsciously, they both quickened their pace, but Kabeji, who suffered behind them, was almost dragged to the ground by Ian. The pirates have already attacked the main entrance of the base. At this time, the remaining soldiers were using the bunkers in the base as defense lines to block the pirates. Lieutenant Morgan rushed into the base and reported the incident to Colonel Rakeku. When Rakeku heard the news of his defeat, he weakened and fainted. Even the old colonel couldn't withstand this tragedy. Morgan was in a hurry, so he ignored the colonel. He picked up the den mushi on his desk, dialed the number of the 16th branch and asked for help. However, the 16th branch response was so unfortunate. They said that their colonel was gone to the maritime restaurant Baratai for vacation. Morgan was so angry that he almost hit the den mushi, so he had no choice but to ask for help from Logtown. When they heard the news that the Buggy pirates had attacked Shell's town, the marine there paid great attention. He immediately said that he would send reinforcements to their town and that reinforcements were the Vice Admiral Garp. Oh! This surprise almost made Morgan jump up with excitement. He had long heard that the hero of the Marine headquarters, Garp, the Vice Admiral, has often come to the East Blue in these years, but he never thought that Vice Admiral Garp was now in Logtown. Hi, that would be a great fight, Garp vs Buggy. JK. However, after the excitement, Morgan suddenly realized that it wasn't that good. Logtown was too far away from here. When the Vice Admiral Garp arrives, he did not know when it would happen. The crisis of the 153rd branch had not been solved yet. He had to find ways to persevere. Putting down the den mushi, Morgan called the middle-aged marine with a beard and asked him to lead the townspeople further back, while he went downstairs, intending to continue leading the remaining marines against the pirates. But when he came downstairs, Morgan found that the situation was dreadful. The pirates have already entered the base. The bunker defense did not stop them for too long. The marines hiding behind the bunkers were attacked by Buggy, the devil fruit user. His splitting hands were holding daggers, which was an excellent offensive method. In the end, there were only a dozen marine soldiers left in the base. Hiding behind their desks, shooting at pirates, bullets were flying around the rooms, and many piled-up documents were shredded and torn into pieces flying in the air. The pirates of Buggy were laughing wildly, while the marine soldiers were screaming, and people were continuously shot or sliced and fell to the ground. Seeing the appearance of Morgan, the rest of the marine soldiers were immediately encouraged. They persisted for a long time, but unfortunately, eventually, they were still vulnerable from being shot down. Morgan was left alone. The pirates stopped shooting, and Buggy crossed the crowd and appeared in front of him. He smiled and said, "Well, Lieutenant Morgan, now you're the only one left. Tell me, where are you holding Kabeji? Speak up, and I'll spare your life." Morgan shook his head and said, "Kabeji is not here. He was taken away by the pirate hunter." "Bullshit." Buggy's upper body floated in the air and said, "My men found out that the kid had brought him to the base. How could you possibly not lock him up?" "I am telling the truth," Morgan said as he approached Buggy cautiously. "Kabeji has no bounty. The pirate hunter took him away when he discovered that." Buggy was stunned as if it were true. "Kabeji has no bounty. So, where did the boy go?" Grinding his teeth, Buggy asked. "Go to hell." Morgan finally approached enough distance to lift his axe hand and slammed it towards Buggy. As a result, Buggy, like a fool, watched the axe of Morgan, not even having the thought to dodge. Shua! Morgan's sharp axe directly cut Buggy from the head down into two halves. Enjoying his success, Morgan burst out laughing and said, "Haha, I killed you." Throughout the scene, the only sound that echoes is Morgan's voice. The other pirates looked at him with strange eyes. Smiling and laughing, even Morgan felt something wrong. It was clear that Buggy was killed. Why didn't his pirates start panicking at all? At that moment, two blades suddenly pierced from both Morgan's arms. He screamed in pain and immediately fell on his knees. Buggy, who was split into two halves, recombined together, stood up, looked down at Morgan and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not dead." The pirates behind him, this time all burst into laughter. This scene they have seen many times, but every time was funnier than the last. At this time, Morgan finally realized what the ability of Buggy's devil fruit was. When he was stabbed by Buggy at the dock, he thought that Buggy could only take off his wrist and fly out. But he did not think that Buggy could not die when he was split in two. His arms drooped powerlessly and looked up at Buggy with an unbelievable expression on his face. "Since you don't know where he is, then you're going to die." Buggy smirked and raised the knife in his hand. At this moment, Morgan suddenly became afraid. The death scene of the Black Cat pirates in the marine battle once again came to his mind. If not for the experience of catching Captain Kuro, Morgan would have been warm-blooded. He might have thought about his death when facing Buggy, but after being promoted to lieutenant commander, Morgan suddenly found that he doesn't want to die. Colonel Rakeko was a useless old man. He is about to retire. But Morgan was expected to be promoted to a colonel. How can he die at this time? Then he suddenly shouted, "You can't kill me. I'm a marine officer. If you dare to kill me, it will be a felony. Even at the ends of the world, the Vice Admiral Garp will arrest you and bring you to justice." The amount of information in this statement was too heavy that when Buggy heard the words "the Vice Admiral Garp," he almost spurted out and said in horror, "Garp? Where is he?" As soon as he spoke, Buggy found out that something was wrong. How could there be two voices when he spoke just now? And it was exactly the same. Turning his head around, Buggy's whole body was shocked. He jumped unconsciously when he looked at Ian, who he did not know when he appeared behind him, and said in horror, You, why are you here?" Even the pirates behind him were also squirting out in the sky. To be honest, Ian was shocked. When he first entered the base, he discovered about the news that Garp was coming from the mouth of Morgan. So he was surprised too and said the same thing as Buggy. But when he thought about it, Ian was relieved because Garp wasn't a stranger in the East Blue. Don't forget, his two grandsons, Luffy and Ace, were in East Blue. It was expected that he would come to visit them from time to time. After hearing Buggy's words, Ian seemed to see him. He raised his hand and said, "Oh, Buggy? I haven't seen you for a long time. I haven't seen you for a long time." Buggy screamed and ridiculed, "Do you want to scare people to death by standing behind them without a word?" But when he recovered, Buggy burst out laughing unexpectedly and said, "Well, I was looking for you. Didn't expect you to come to my door. That's good, I'll just kill you here. Even if Garp is coming, it will take him some time. After killing you, I will immediately flee, and we'll see how he would chase me." However, before Buggy started anything, Ian suddenly pulled the rope in his hand, and a man came out of the crowd. It was Kabeji, who was bound by S-shaped bundles. "Kabeji?" Buggy screamed in surprise. "I'm sorry, Captain Buggy, I'm ashamed of you." Kabeji was wilting and looked up at him powerlessly. Ian took off the Blade Master's sword behind him, put it directly on Kabeji's neck, and said to Buggy, "Do you want your chief of staff?" Buggy sweated and gritted his teeth, "Put down the sword and let him go, or I will kill you. Rest assured." Ian put down his hand and said, "I brought him here, I just intended to give him back to you." "Oh?" Buggy was very happy, "It seems that you have finally figured it out. You are not going to be against the great Captain Buggy, are you?" "Don't get me wrong." Ian shook his head. "I don't mean that. It wasn't for nothing. This guy didn't have a bounty, so it was up to you." "What do you mean?" Buggy did not understand and asked foolishly. "That means you have to pay for him, and I'll give him to you." Ian explained, "You should have a lot of money, right? This fellow is worth 5 million berries. I'll let him go as soon as you pay me." "You boy! Are you kidding me?" Buggy's teeth squeaked. "Too much?" Ian asked puzzledly and then took the initiative to reduce the price. 5 million is too much, what about 4 million? 3 million? What, 3 million won't do? 2 million? What the heck? At the lowest price of 1 million berries, I'll cancel the deal if it will get any less. During this process, Buggy shook his head and tried to find a chance to speak. His original intention was not to accept this threat, but Ian misunderstood him and thought that the price was too high. When Buggy heard Ian's last words, he almost jumped of happiness. "Do you ever let others speak?" Just when Buggy wanted to say no, Moji suddenly pulled him and whispered, "Captain Buggy, Kabeji is in his hands. We must be scrupulous. We might as well promise him temporarily and kill the kid when Kabeji is released. Then we will not only get revenge but also get the money back." Buggy touched his chin and thought, as if the idea was really good, so he said, "Okay, 1 million, that's a deal." After that, he turned to a pirate and said, "Go to the ship and bring the money." Chapter 35, Get rid of the bad luck. For Buggy, who regard money as his destiny, he promised to give the money so easily. Ian naturally knows why, but he didn't mind at all. He felt that his first bounty hunter experience was really amazing. The first bounty wasn't taken from the Marines but from the pirates. In the future, can I consider doing some kidnapping and other work? Ian scratched his chin and thought so. When Ian thought that he would get a lot of money, he was in a good mood. 1 million berries, he was right to choose going out to the sea. If he had stayed in that small village, the Frost Moon village, he might never see that much money. With this money, I can finally make the first 10 consecutive draws. The empty card slot for obsessive-compulsive disorder is simply unbearable. Ian had long wanted to fill it up. Soon, the pirate who was ordered to go out and get the money from the ship came back breathlessly with a bag in his hand. Buggy was very uncomfortable, so he opened the bag and counted the money. After confirming that it was 1 million berries. Then he handed it to Ian painfully and said, "Here you go. Can you let him go now?" "Aha! Thank you, Boss Buggy." Ian was so excited that he even called him boss. After receiving the bag, Ian took out a stack of green bills from it, licked his finger, and began counting. This action was a special upstart, especially the landlords, so that all the pirates of Buggy, together with Morgan in the back, all look at Ian's banknotes without a word, and did not know how to react. Obviously, Captain Buggy has already counted it. Why did he do it again? To Ian, no matter how much money was there, always count it by himself before he can rest assured. He felt that if the Darabniko Nami were here, she would surely do the same. When the confirmation was completed, Ian pushed Kabeji to Buggy's side and said, "Thank you, Boss Buggy, thank you for your patronage." Buggy threw Kabeji to the back, and a group of pirates untied his hands and legs. Buggy smiled at Ian and said, "Don't thank me, you'll hate me later. Guys, get rid of him." As expected, Buggy turned back and ordered, so that the pirates under his command immediately shouted excitedly and aggressively, and eagerly rushed toward Ian. These idiots had many scars that they forgot the pain. They completely forgot the scene of Ian chopping off 9 of them on the ship. However, Ian raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute." Suddenly, they were all stunned by a sudden sound. They didn't know what Ian was going to do. Afterward, they saw Ian seriously put the money into his pocket and said, wait till I put the money away." They were speechless for a while. But what they didn't know was that Ian was hiding his recharge process by saying he was putting away the money. He couldn't let a bag of money disappear in front of so many people. "System, I want to recharge." Ian communicated with the system in his mind. "Okay, do you want to recharge the 1 million berries?" He didn't know why Ian could sense that the sound of the system seemed to be a little higher. "Leave 20,000 berries," Ian said. When he left, he had 20,000 berries, and now he left 20,000 to prevent the need for expenses. "The recharge has been completed. You get 4,900 diamonds and 10% extra. You get 5,390 diamonds." As the system sounded, Ian noticed that his pocket was empty in an instant. Ian found that the more one-time recharge, the more cost-effective it seems, because of the 10% extra gift of recharge. The recharge of 1 million can get 500 diamonds, then 10 million can be used to accumulate more diamonds needed for 10 consecutive draws. But, to say the least, these were all means of stimulating consumption. Shaking his head inwardly, Ian turned to the card extraction interface and began his first 10 consecutive draws. The time has come for experimental verification. Although the first 10 consecutive draws must have a 4 stars orange card, but what kind of cards can be obtained, it depends on how good Ian's luck was. If he remembers correctly, the cards he drew are based on the basic skills of the host, but there is a small chance that he will draw other types of cards. If he draws such cards, Ian does not have the corresponding basic skills to use it, that would be the end. After selecting the 10 consecutive draws, Ian saw 10 cards listed in the interface, in 2 rows, 5 in each row, with the same pattern on the back. Then, one by one, the cards were turned over. "You've got Blue Gear, Night Blade Fragments x5. You've got 50 Breakthrough Stones. You have acquired the exclusive treasure, Zanpakut Haran Meru, Ice Ring, Fragments x3. You've got 2 stars card fragments, Yukina x5. Yu Hei Kusho. You've got 3 stars card fragments, Robert Garcia x3. Art of Fighting or the King of Fighters. Congratulations! You've got a 4 stars orange card, Hai. Yu Hei Kusho. You got Advanced Stone 20. You've got 2 stars card fragments, Yukina x5. Yu Hei Kusho. You've got 4 stars card fragments, Misaka Mikoto x1. Toru Meijutsu no Index. You've got 2 stars card fragments, Yukina x5. Yu Hei Kusho. The flipping of the 10 consecutive draws was quite fast, except for the flash of the full card when the 6th one was drawn, and the rest were listed brashly. Ian was very excited because he found that the 10 consecutive draws were different from the free single card. The free one-time draw will only result in 1 star and 2 stars card fragments, but the 10 consecutive draws would draw not only fragments of 3 stars cards, but also 4 stars. Although the number was very small, 3 stars cards only have 3 fragments, and 4 stars only has 1 fragment, but it's always a way to obtain high-level rare cards. Hi. My first 4-star orange card, I need to hurry and see what it looks like. Ian switched to the card backpack interface and immediately saw a card marked with 4 stars. The card's border was orange. The character on the card was a man with his back to his direction, with an upside-down black hair, a sleeveless black shirt, his right arm covered in bandages, and he could slightly see the white headscarf on his forehead. Hi. Card star, 4 stars. Title, The Imiko, the cursed child, master of the evil eye. Level 1. Strength, 40. Speed, 160. Vitality, 80. Nen, 120. Skills, Evil Eye Expert, passive effect, can perceive the enemy's strength. Active, the Nen value increases by 100% while losing 10% per second vitality, life value. Shadows of Thieves, passive effect, increase sword speed by 50% and movement speed by 50%. Can be activated only with the advanced swordsmanship level. Fist of the Mortal Flame, channeling flames and attaching it to the fist while attacking an enemy. The flame damage varies depending on the amount of Nen consumed, can be activated only with the primary Nen level. Sword of the Darkness Flame, channeling flames and attaching it to the sword while attacking an enemy. The flame damage varies depending on the amount of Nen consumed, can be activated only with the intermediate Nen level. Uji, secret technique Dragon of the Darkness Flame, summons a black flame dragon from the depths of the spirit world, burn all enemies along the way. Can also be absorbed by the caster, temporarily enhance their Nen value by 300%, can be activated only with the expert Nen level, and when the card upgrades to a 5-starred red card. Bonds, obtain Yukina, High Ace Sister get plus 42% vitality. Obtain Yuzuki Urameshi, get plus 38% strength. Obtain Karama, get plus 25% speed. Obtain Mikuro, get plus 36% Nen, unlock when the card upgrades to 5-star. After reading all the information on High Ace card in one breath, Ian couldn't help wanting to burst out with excitement. He finally saw how strong the 4-star orange card was. Not only are there more basic attributes than 3-star cards, but also more skills, and even more is that there are Uji skills. Although there are many requirements for this Uji skill, Ian believes that one day it will be possible to achieve them. All he needs is a lot of money to develop them. This card of High Eye was not only based on Ian's current swordsmanship level, but also on his Nen level. It is not surprising that he can draw this card. Ian has calculated it. At present, the Uji skill, the Dragon of the Darkness Flame, can't be used temporarily, but the rest of the skills can be used, so to speak. It is appropriate for him. It was not easy. Ian was so touched that it was good to be rich. In the past, when it was free, it was full of garbage. Even Ian doubted his life and felt that his bad luck was running in his blood. Now, finally, there is a rare card that suits him. Ian felt that he had ultimately broken that bad luck. Chapter 36, Hyperspeed. Of course, Ian also knows that this picture system will provide him with everything as long as he has money. If he recharges 1 billion berries, he can instantly become an emperor. No nonsense, quickly equipping High Ace card, and then used the remaining experience book to raise the level of High Ace card to the same level as Samanosuke Akakis card. In fact, the initial experience of a card to upgrade is not much. A book of experience can upgrade it to level 3.5. This way, the 2 books can upgrade it to level 5, and in the process of level improvement, Ian also found that the growth qualification of the 4 stars orange card was higher than the 3 stars card. Samanosuke Akakis card is balanced, with 15 points of strength and speed for each upgrade, totaling 30 points, but High Ace card wasn't the same. He got 10 points of strength and 30 points of speed, a total of 40 points. If so, then the 5-star card upgrade should give a total of 50 attributes. According to the percentage of bonuses offered by different card stars, High Ace card gives Ian a 4-point strength and 12-point speed per level. Right, when I was drawing 10 consecutive cards, it seems that I have got 15 fragments of Yukina's card. If I remember correctly, it seems that the 2-star card can be synthesized from 20 fragments. Ian took a quick look and found that Yukina's card was really one of the bond cards of High Eye. If only I could get 5 more Yukina's fragments. Ian thought, and turned to the Soul Store interface, which sells all kinds of card fragments. He didn't know if there will be Yukina's fragments for sale. There were only 6 kinds of fragments for sale in the store at one time. Ian looked at them and didn't see Yukina's. When he was disappointed, the system suddenly reminded him, the host can refresh the Soul Store with diamonds, consuming 20 diamonds at a time. Ian really wanted to scold, everything with diamonds, diamonds, diamonds. Would the system let him die if he doesn't have money? But fortunately, he knew how gluttonous the system was, and even if he wanted to swear at it, that wouldn't change a thing. He still has some diamonds left. These diamonds weren't enough for 10 more cards, so why not use it to refresh the soul store? So Ian chose to refresh the soul store. The first refresh, nothing. The second refresh, still nothing. The third time, the fourth time, still no yukiness fragments. Ian suddenly realized that the soul store did not know what his reason was. All the refreshed cards were fragments of 1 star or 2 stars, but the number of such cards was too much. The card fragment was really too difficult to get. Once more, Ian thought, spending 100 diamonds just for 5 shuffles. And when Ian confirmed, the sales list in the soul store changed again. Maybe it was Ian's luck. This time, he really found out yukiness fragments, and it happened to be 5. Nua TT. I wanted him to find only 4 fragments TT. Buying these 5 yukina shards requires 200 souls. Ian immediately sold the cards that had been accumulated before, such as Rand, from Yu Yu Hakusho, and Shimura Shinpei, from Gintama, which were not used in bonds, and traded them for 400 souls to buy yukiness fragments. When Ian chose to synthesize, a flash of light flashed, and a 2-star card with a blue border appeared. On the card was a mint green-haired girl who looked very tender and lovely. She was sitting at the window in a kimono. Several birds were jumping and playing in front of her. As a bond card, there was no special requirement. He only needs to keep this card in the card backpack, and the bond of the corresponding card can be activated. Ian just wanted to strengthen High Ace card, so he put Yukiness card together. After all, from the attributes of High I, this card is a typical speed card, and its vitality value was too small. However, when Ian inadvertently looked at Yukiness card attributes, he was somewhat surprised. Yukina. Card star, 2 stars. Title, Snow Girl. Level 1. Strength, 10. Speed, 12. Vitality, 25. Nin, 75. Skills, Accelerated Healing. Consumption. The Nin can be used to treat injuries for a single target, and the treatment value is equal to the value of the Nin used x10. Ice Tier Gem. Consumption of all current Nin values, can condense in an Ice Tier Gem. Using or crushing the Ice Tier Gem, refill 20% of the Nin. Bonds. Obtain High I, get plus 21% Vitality. Obtain Kazuma Kawabara, get plus 18% Nin. This card can be said to be the first healing card Ian got. The 2-star card has low basic attributes and growth qualifications and not much cultivation value. But when Ian saw Yukiness card, he found that it seems that this 2-star card was not so bad. He can't guarantee that he will not be injured in battles in the future. What was even more rare is that Yukiness card can use Ice Tier Gem to store Nin, which is a very useful skill. Although only 20% of the conversion efficiency, but he could consume the value of Nin in his leisure time, save some Ice Tier Gem down, so when he encountered a strong opponent, it is equivalent to the use of blue bottles of mana. Its role can be said to be enormous. System, cards that have been already equipped, can I remove them? Ian asked. Yes. The system gave him a positive answer, but once removed, the card's skill effect bonus disappears. Ian understood a little bit. The system means were obvious. For example, he equipped Samanosuke Akakis card and learned the flash skills, but when the card was removed, even if he faced an opponent, he could use the same move. But this trick won't be called a flash. The special damage effect of the skill attached to the original card has disappeared. He chopped the opponent, but it's just a normal attack. Does the same will happen with High Ace card? What about the Fist of the Mortal Flame and the Sword of the Darkness Flame? Isn't the special effect of the skill attached to the card? After he removes High Ace card, from where will come the flame covering his fist and his sword? Unless he can find a fire fruit and eat it, and become a devil fruit user. However, Ian did not worry about it. As his level increases, the card slots will be unlocked. In addition, Yukiness card can be replaced when he gets in a fight, change it to a fighting card. In his mind, the exchange of thoughts with the system was very fast, so in Buggy's view, they thought that Ian just hesitated to put the money bag in his coat pocket and then raise his head. He didn't know if it's an illusion. When Ian looked up, Buggy seemed to think Ian was different, but he couldn't tell where the difference was. Ian took Samuro's long sword in his hand and gently waved it twice. He found that the sword had become lighter. He posed and waved to Buggy, "Come on." After hearing this, Buggy's pirates rushed across the table towards Ian, who was greeted with all kinds of weapons in their hands. However, At this moment, Ian's body suddenly blurred. That picture, as if the video communication has interference, is a little sharp. This made Buggy look at it from a not far away distance, but he could not help but wonder what was going on. Suddenly, he heard his pirates screaming. After a careful look, he found that the weapons in their hands had fallen to the ground, one by one, covering their wrists and bleeding endlessly. Wah, what happened? Buggy opened his mouth wide, with a startled expression on his face. The rest of the pirates were also frightened. Something strange happened just now. They knew that Ian might have done it, but they didn't see how he did it. He was still in the same position as before, as if he hadn't moved. Morgan rubbed his eyes hard and couldn't understand why this pirate hunter didn't move at all, but the pirates had their wrists cut and thought they had hallucinated. Ian was in the dark. He just tried to imitate the hyperspeed of High-Eye. After adding the passive skill bonus of Shadows of Thieves, Ian found that his speed had been greatly improved. His advanced swordsmanship skills have increased his sword speed by 30%, and now, he gained 50% more. That is 80%, which is nearly twice as fast as his normal speed. After strengthening and reinforcing himself with Thanon, Ian's speed now has reached the naked eye's limit, which can make him achieve the effect of an afterimage. So, this was the feeling of having a superhuman speed. Ah! Ian looked at his Dora key, power level, value and sighed secretly. A 5-level 4-star orange card has directly increased his Dora key value of more than 200 points. Now Ian's Dora key value has exceeded 500 points, that's why there was such a sigh. It's just a little regrettable that he can't reach the point where he can hit up to 16 times in a second. The real High-Eye was able to chop off his enemies, and his cut can't be felt by the other side. They think that he had never touched them. And Ian's movements were carefully watched, they could discover that he has moved, that is, the figure that was previously blurred, and he was only able to chop out 7 times at most at this moment, no more. The most surprising thing for Ian was that after equipping High-Ace's card, he could vaguely see that all the people present have a faint glow. This is estimated to be the skill effect of the Evil Eye Expert. When this skill is in passive effect, he could faintly see the strength of his enemies. At the lowest level, of course, these weak pirates were surrounded by white light, which seems to be defined as a non-threatening opponent, while with Kabeji and Moji, there was a slightly green light, which is better than white light. It belongs to the less threatening type, and Morgan belongs to this type. Only Buggy was somewhat different. The light on his body was a bit different, a thick green light. Ian judged it in contrast to his strength, and it is estimated that should he be the more threatening opponent. After thinking about it, Ian felt that this might be related to Buggy's devil fruit. Buggy is a devil fruit user. He is classified as a Superman, although his Dora key value was not as high as the current Buggy. But compared to ordinary people, he is indeed a Superman. Whether it is light green or dark green, judging by color, all the people present there wasn't a real threat, and they won't give him that great fight. Ian estimates that if it was a person with a higher strength than he has, it might show yellow or red warning colors. This Evil Eye Expert's skill is a disguised radar detector. Although it is impossible to see the exact Dora key value because it belongs to the pseudo ability, it is also very useful. After seeing how threatened Buggy was to him, Ian thought that he would not delay with them, leaving the pirates behind and heading straight for Buggy. This time, his speed was visible, and Buggy even responded by trying to raise his arms. However, his reaction was futile. In the eyes of others, Ian just chopped Buggy once, but the next second, Buggy's body was cut into more than a dozen pieces. With vertical and horizontal chopping, Ian made 6 or 7 swings in an instant, wishing that Buggy would be smashed into meat. This way of chopping feels more compelling. Chapter 37, What exactly are you? What did you just do? Because he was blessed with Bara Bara no Mi, Buggy did not die, and the parts of his body that had been sliced into pieces floated in midair. Then he looked at Ian in a slightly frightening way. Chop you down. Ian turned and laughed. Buggy was still confident in his own fruit ability. His splitting fruit doesn't have many offensive capabilities. But for defensive mode, its effect is first class, especially for swordsmen like Ian. Buggy thought he had no problem with these fights. So he said stiffly, "Didn't I say that I am immortal? You can't kill me." As if to prove what he had said, Buggy used his fruit ability to assemble the parts that were chopped by Ian and turned back to his original shape. Really? Ian smiled and suddenly put the sword in his hand in his back. He pounced at him with great force under his feet, out like the wind, and suddenly hit him in the stomach. Although Ian wasn't a fighter, but even an ordinary punch in the stomach will deal good damage, but this punch was combined with Ian's strength and his rapid speed, so it became very powerful. When Buggy was hit in the stomach by this punch, his eyeballs bulged out. With a bang, Buggy flew out and knocked over many tables in the way. Captain Buggy! The pirates rushed to see him, and of course, to take the opportunity to stay away from Ian. However, before they start running over, Buggy suddenly jumped up. Ouch! Ouch! Very hot, very hot, very hot! Buggy's whole body was burning. With orange flames all over his body, he ran around in circles as hard as he could, flapping himself with both hands, but no matter what he did, the flames could not be extinguished. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know why Buggy suddenly caught on fire after he got hit by a blow. They didn't know what was going on until they saw Ian. His fists were burning with blazing flames at the moment. Standing there, like a deity, and looked so powerful and impressive. Fist of the Mortal Flame. Ian just tried this skill on Buggy, and the effect naturally made him very satisfied. He raised his right hand and looked at the fire on it. Ian just felt that it was really wonderful. It was clearly attached to his hand, but there was no burning feeling. He could feel that the flame was continually consuming his nin. And the same was happening with the fire that remained on Buggy. The flame will not extinguish as long as he does not stop consuming the nin. And Ian could also feel that as long as he increases the output of the nin, the temperature of the flame will grow. After Ian had eliminated his nin, the flames on Buggy disappeared at once, and Buggy's whole body was blackened. A puff of smoke came out of his mouth, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The entire Buggy pirate group was frightened by Buggy's tragedy. Of course, what scared them, even more, was the flame on Ian's hands. Doesn't that mean he's a devil fruit user? Moji was in a fit of confusion. Once again, his poor IQ was on the verge of the cordon. After Kabeji was freed, he still wanted to see Buggy avenge him, but in the twinkling of an eye, the great Captain Buggy was beaten half to death and burnt all over. So Kabeji turned his eyes and wondered if he should find a chance to slip away. Only the lion Richie was the calmest. It first yawned with a wide open mouth, then sniffed the smell of the roast meat in the air. He thought that it's almost time for dinner again. And Morgan, who was shivering all over in the back, based on the marine's self-respect, he had always looked down upon Ian, a newly born pirate hunter. Even if Ian caught Kabeji, he thought that Ian had caught him by luck. But now, when he saw Ian cutting Buggy into a dozen pieces and hit him with a burning fist, he finally realized how terrible this kid with the bear ear hat was. Walking forward, Ian stepped on Buggy's body, pulled the Blade Master's sword from his back. As soon as he used the Sword of the Darkness flame, a blazing flame immediately emerged and covered the whole blade. The blaze was condensed at the tip of the sword, and it was as sharp as the blade. Ian pointed at Buggy and asked, "Don't pretend to be dead. The temperature of the flame that I used was not too high. I know you are fine." Buggy looked at him feebly and said, You turned out to be a monster." Ian did not refute. He asked him with a smile, "Would you like to continue playing? Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you continue to fight, I won't be polite anymore. I'll cut you into dozens of pieces with this flaming sword, and let me see if you can get together again." "No, don't." Buggy shivered and responded. How can he be assembled when he gets burned and cut into dozens of pieces? So he waved hurriedly and said, "No more fighting. I surrender." Although Buggy was able to split into many pieces, he still felt the pain. He was afraid not only of blunt attack but also of such burning injury. Now he knew that he had no chance to win in front of Ian. The flame alone could restrain him to death. It's just why hadn't he used this trick when he was on the big top before? The flames on Ian's fists and his sword made him mistakenly recognize Ian as a Logia devil fruit user, but then he remembered Ian was climbing into the boat after swimming in the sea. He was so confused. Aren't the devil fruit users unable to swim? Could it be said that this kid named Ian is an exception? Since you are not willing to fight, then do you mind if I tie you up? Ian looked at Captain Buggy with a smile. No, I don't mind. Buggy turned to a very submissive person. Ian nodded satisfactorily, then turned and looked at the rest of the Buggy pirates, pointing to them with his blazing sword, "And you?" "Ah. Yes. Yes. The members of Buggy's pirate group all raised their hands in surrender, waiting with tears in their eyes for Ian. Even the lion Richie did so. Like a lion, he could make such a humane gesture. Look for ropes and tie yourself up. Ian ordered them. There were too many pirates, and Ian was too busy to do it himself. On the contrary, under the threat of his flaming blade, no one dared to say half a word and quietly obey him. A one-man took down a whole pirate group. This scene that Morgan saw, made his jaw drop open wide till it reached the floor. After a busy day, all the pirates who had rushed into the Marines' base were tied up. These silly pirates were rarely smart. There were some problems with Ian's orders, they could not tie themselves up. So they had a good idea, they even tied each other and made Ian look at them with admiration. They thought they were not so stupid. Ian found a rope to tie Buggy himself because he asked Morgan if there were Kerski handcuffs in their base, but the answer was no. So Ian had to tie him with ordinary ropes because he was not confident and was afraid of Buggy's splitting fruit. Ian finally tied up Buggy like a mummy, with ropes wrapped around him in circles, which made it difficult for him to move. Even his mouth and eyes were tied up, leaving only the opening in his nose for him to breathe. After doing this, Ian picked up Buggy and threw him on the ground in front of Morgan, saying, "Ha, can I get his bounty?" "There's no mistake this time, is there?" Morgan foolishly looked at Ian and felt that he could not see through the kid in front of him. He had just sold Kabeji to Buggy for 1,000,000 berries, unexpectedly turned around, caught Buggy, throw him in front of me, and he wants his bounty. Why does this feel like the plaintiff had eaten the defendant? This kid is really a money grabber? Chapter 38, Morgan's Proposal. What are you stunned about? Hurry up and give me the money. Ian urged. Oh. Morgan came to his senses and tried to go through the formalities for Ian. But at that moment, Morgan suddenly thought of something, stopped and leaned over to Ian and whispered, "Oh. Right, Lee little brother, do you know the process of getting a bounty?" "I don't know." Ian shook his head and said, "But isn't it all handed over to the Marines?" "That's what it says, but you may not know that the ordinary branch can't give such a reward. Our base funding is limited." Morgan whispered, usually when a pirate hunter hands over pirates to his nearest Marine base, he would only get a seizure certificate, which would indicate who the pirate was and how much his bounty. Then you have to take the proof from a local Marine base, and after things are ready, you only need to hold these certificates and go to the larger Marine base to get the bounty. Does it mean that the money of the civilians should be taken from another Marine base? I should find a large Marine base with sufficient funds? Ian asked. That's what it means. Morgan nodded and said, "We have a large base in the East Blue. The nearest one is the Marine base in Logue Town. In addition to this, there is a Marine base on Mirror Ball Island. But it's far away. If you want the bounty, you'd better go to Logue Town." Tut! Ian couldn't help but grin, this was beyond his expectation. He thought he could get the reward at any Marine base. He knows Logue Town, but where's this Mirror Ball Island? To be honest, after a storm of severe tests, Ian found that sailing is really a good thing to do. There are too many experiences at sea. Climate was reason one, food supply, sickness, and so on. And even sea monsters. Don't forget, there are sea kings in this world. Although most of the sea kings are only in the calm belt near the Grand Line, but no one can tell if there will be a sea king swimming in the East Blue. If Ian encountered one, what would he do? He now understands why there are many isolated islands in this world, because it is too challenging to sail in this world. Now he heard that he have to sail to Logue Town to receive the bounty, which means that Ian has to go out to the sea again. He couldn't help but frown. Morgan saw the complicated look on his face and lowered his voice again. "I have a proposal here. Do you want to hear it?" "Hi, I'm listening." Ian looked at him in some surprise. Ian can't say that he likes Morgan, but likewise, he doesn't have any malice toward him. At least in his opinion, this fellow has lead soldiers to resist Buggy's attack. So he was still a qualified Marine. Ian generally does not make any evaluation of the likes and dislikes on qualified people. As long as he doesn't violate his own interests. "Hand me the Buggy pirates, and I'll give you the prize directly, without giving you any seizure certificate. Do you accept that?" Morgan asked in a low voice. Ian immediately understood what he meant. This guy wanted to take the credit for catching Buggy for himself. Without proof, it means that the arrest of the buggy pirates was not caused by a pirate hunter. Ian didn't stay in the marine base all the time. He had left. But now the marine soldiers in the base were heavily injured or killed, and none of them saw this scene. Morgan can fully say that this pirate group was knocked down and caught by him. If Ian agrees to the deal, Morgan can use all the remaining funds in the base to pay Ian the reward. As for the fact that somebody will notice that the funds have disappeared, Morgan could blame that on Buggy's pirates and say that the pirates have taken the money in disordered time, to even report the loss of the funds directly to the superiors, and then for the operation of the base, the superiors will reapprove the funds to them. This guy had a good idea to play. Is that all he can do to get a promotion? Ian could imagine that if he hadn't shown his incredible abilities when he was fighting Buggy and frightened him, Morgan might even have been greedy for his own merits and would not have given himself any money. At the thought of this, Ian could not help narrowing his eyes, lowering his head and pretending to think about it, so that Morgan could not find the killing intent in his eyes. He hates this kind of people because he feels like he's being used. But on second thought, what was the reason for catching Buggy? Isn't it just for money? Although the first 10 consecutive draws have been completed, what was Ian's purpose in going out to sea? He wanted to find a way to cure Kuina and to find a devil fruit for her to make up for her loss of strength over the years of coma. But how would he get a devil fruit? Apart from getting it by luck on the Grand Line, he could only buy one that he won't know its effect. The price of one on the black market is 100 million berries, and that's the price of when red-haired Shanks was on Roger's boat at that time. That's almost 20 years ago. He was afraid it's more than that now. So Ian needs a lot of money. That's why he decided to be a pirate hunter when he went out to sea. Ian still thinks that pirate hunters are more reliable than when pirates rob everywhere. Of course, there was another way, that is, the world government. It seems that there are more and more pirates with the power of devil fruits, so now even the world government and marines are consciously controlling and collecting the devil fruits. They certainly have it in their hands. As long as Ian can join the Marines and make great contributions, maybe he can ask for a devil fruit as a reward? There are many ways, but it has to be done step by step. Thinking of this, Ian made a decision, raised a finger to Morgan and said, 10 million. Buggy's bounty is 7 million berries. If you add 3 million to make up 10 million berries for me, then we'll have a deal, and you'll get the credit. Less than that, the deal is denied. In fact, Ian wants to get 15 million berries, which is the bounty of Buggy in his impression. But he estimates that the 153rd branch doesn't have that much money, so he shouted 10 million. If Morgan accepts that, then everyone will be thrilled. Not only he would have 3 million berries more, but he also doesn't have to go to Logue Town. However, Morgan was in a dilemma. The reason why he thought about making a private deal with Ian was that he remembered that there were just 7 million berries left in the base, which was the fund of the base for the second half of the year. He had already suppressed the fear in his heart to venture out a deal with Ian. How could he think that Ian would add 3 million when he opened his mouth? He really had no choice. I can't get it. Morgan was frustrated. There is no deal then. You'd better prove the certificate to me. It doesn't matter what Ian's reputation is. But if he can only get the same price, then Ian will surely have to choose to take both the fame and the money. The merits of capturing buggy pirates could make his reputation as a pirate hunter rise faster and threaten some small pirates. There are still some benefits. As for selling Buggy to Morgan, Ian never thought about it, a young marine lieutenant in an ordinary branch of the East Blue, even if he had ambitions to be in power, but what of it for Ian? Having got the certificate, Ian looked at the amount on it and hid the paper. He waved his hand to Morgan and said, "Okay, these guys are handed over to you. I'm leaving." After that, Ian walked out of the base. Morgan looked at his back, and his eyes were full of haze. The failure of this transaction made him aware of the importance of power. If he was the captain of the base, why would he bother secretly sneaking and discussing with Ian? Let's just say that 10 million would be alright to him, as long as it doesn't exceed the one-year funding of the 153rd base. He can get as much money as he can. As he walked through the door, Ian saw Kobe, who had been hiding, and waved to him. At this time, Kobe's face was so excited. Although he did not follow Ian inside because of fear, he was lying at the window watching the scene of Ian's majesty. So when he saw Ian, he immediately rushed to Ian with excitement, holding his fists, and his eyes were glowing wide open. "Brother Ian, you're too powerful. He said incoherently, just now you pointed with that flaming sword, and those ferocious pirates tied themselves up obediently. God, when can I be like you? Just by opening my mouth, I can deter those pirates. Kobe's eyes were full of adoration for Ian. He had completely replaced himself with Ian's role and fantasized that he could do it once and that he would be too imposing. Ian smiled, touched the little man's pink hair and said, TL.N, you used to hate that Ian, now you are doing it to others, E.N, what can he do? It's a basic instinct to do that to a kid, that's nothing. Don't you want to be a Marine in the future? As long as you can be an admiral in the Marines, you can do the same. Really? I can be a Marine admiral? Kobe asked incredulously. One day, as long as you don't give up. Ian smiled and said, but if one day you really become a Marine, then remember to be an upright Marine, don't be like that fellow inside. Who was the guy inside? Kobe didn't know. He couldn't hear the conversation between Ian and Morgan, so he nodded his head as if he understands. Ian said this to Kobe because after talking with Morgan, he thought it would be easier for him to be respected as an upright man. There were good men in the pirates. Similarly, there would be scums in the Marines. Morgan was not a principled man, so Ian did not respect him at all, even if he was a lieutenant. People will not easily respect him, knowing that he wanted to get his credit for a promotion, so Ian didn't want to help him even if he had to travel a long way to get the bounty of Buggy. On the other hand, Kobe, although he was timid and weak, but he was kind-hearted, Ian didn't want to see him lose this nature in the future, so he gave him a piece of advice, hoping that he would become a respected person in the future. Chapter 39, Gotta Catch Them. Next, Ian intended to leave Shell's Town and go to Logtown to collect his reward. When he heard that Ian was leaving, Kobe was a bit sad and said to Ian, can't you stay for a few more days? When he saw Ian shaking his head, Kobe gritted his teeth and suddenly said, Brother Ian, why don't you take me with you? I will be a pirate hunter. No. Ian laughed and said, you're too young. I don't want to take you as a liability. Besides, don't you want to be a Marine? In the end, Ian did not agree to let Kobe follow him. Although Kobe was indeed a good partner if he goes with him to the sea, this kid has mastered a lot of sailing knowledge in order to be a Marine in the future. He is a qualified navigator. If he went with him, Ian's navigation would be a bit guaranteed. But as Ian said, Kobe is too young, and he couldn't even defend himself. It wasn't a good idea to take him. In the end, Kobe had to stop arguing and help Ian prepare some stuff for his voyage to Logtown. It seems that Morgan has announced the news of capturing the Buggy pirates. The residents of Shell's Town were gradually returning to their normal lives, but most of the houses in the city have been destroyed by special Buggy shells, so many people were busy rebuilding their homes. People in this world seem to have been accustomed to this kind of situation, being attacked by pirates. The advent of the new Great Era sounds quite sensational. But in fact, the victims are still the civilians. Perhaps many of the pirates who emerge may really pursue their desire for freedom, but more just went out for looting. From this point of view, the existence of the Marine is meaningful. Led by Kobe, Ian found a restaurant whose place was still in good condition. He took the remaining 20,000 berries, went to the owner to buy some food, rum, and beer, and then purchased a small amount of medicine. In just a few minutes, he spent all his money. According to Kobe, the type of drinks that Ian ordered can't be kept on the ship for a long time, maybe in a few days it would spoil, but the sake, wine, is different and can be kept for a long time. It's a necessary thing for a long voyage. Although for Ian, the taste of these rums and beer is quite bad, who used to drinking liquor in his previous life, it's cheaper and more plentiful. Brother Ian, this is my favorite fishing rod. I am giving it to you. Finally, Kobe took a fishing rod and handed it to Ian. At the sea, a fishing rod can play a very important role. TL.N, believe me, Kobe, he knows that very well. XD. Ian did not refuse. He took the fishing rod and put it in his back. Suddenly, he was stunned. He slapped his head repeatedly and said, right, where's the ship of Buggy? He just completely forgot that when Buggy brought the money to redeem Kabeji, he ordered his men to get it from the ship. That is to say, Buggy's wealth might have been placed on his boat. Now all the members of the Buggy pirate regiment who landed on the shore have been captured. The pirates remained on the ship might not receive the news. If it were still there, Buggy's treasures would be his own. So Ian rushed to the dock. Kobe didn't understand him, so he followed him. When they arrived at the shore, they found that the big top had disappeared. It was estimated that the remaining pirates on board had left when they got the news and fled, which made Ian stamp his feet with regret. Come on! My money! It's all gone! He has completely regarded the treasures of Buggy's ship as his own. Damn it! I'm going to see if I can catch up with that boat. Ian could only comfort himself by throwing his purchases into his boat, jumping on and waving to Kobe, goodbye. After that, he straightly paddled and left Shell's town. This style of talking and moving was simply chic and confusing that Kobe didn't even come back to his senses. He had already drawn out a long way. Ian left. What he didn't know was that the impact he had caused in Shell's town had not yet been eliminated. The attack on the 153rd branch by the Buggy pirates was reported by Morgan and Rakeku. While waiting for the future handover of Buggy, the Marines there must only keep the Buggy pirates in prison at the base. However, it was unexpected that 2 days later, the Buggy pirates escaped from prison easily because, without the sea stone handcuffs, an ordinary rope can't hold Buggy. He is a devil fruit user, his bara fruit helped him a lot in escaping the prison, casually breaking out and being free, not only untying his own ropes, but it also enabled him to steal the keys quietly. Then the pirates on the fleeing ship Big Top answered and arrived, and Buggy escaped without much effort. When Ian handed Buggy over to Morgan, he guessed that Buggy might escape from prison, but he didn't expect him to move so fast. In fact, Buggy was just worried about Garp's arrival, they won't be able to escape then. This time, without Ian's help, no one in the entire base could stop them. Colonel Rakeku fainted again. The old man's blood pressure was high, and he could not stand a stimulation of this kind. There were too many wounded soldiers in the base and not enough Marines to stop them. So the superiors were informed about the story after the incident and did not blame them. Instead, they promoted Morgan to base commander. It was a blessing in disguise and an unexpected pleasure. At present, in the 153rd branch, besides Rakeku, he has the highest rank, but he still has some regrets. The Buggy pirates were caught by a pirate hunter, he only assisted. Morgan didn't dare to lie on this point. Truthfully, if he had made a deal with Ian at that time, and had the merit of capturing the Buggy pirates monopolized to himself, maybe this time he would have been able to directly promoted to a captain. Now, he still needs a few years of qualifications to be able to take over Captain Rakeku. In view of the attack on Shell's town and the escape, the Marine headquarters raised its threat assessment of the Buggy pirates and redefined Buggy's bounty, which rose to 15 million berries, becoming one of the few big pirates in the East Blue who had more than 10 million bounties. The wealthiest power couples in Hollywood and how they manage their money. The wealthiest power couples in Hollywood and how they manage their money. MillionaireClubs.in. Due to the absence of support from the 16th branch, the captain of the branch who had gone to the sea restaurant for a vacation was demoted and transferred, and Nezumi became the head of the 16th branch. At the same time, the Marine headquarters also realized that it was not possible for the ordinary Marines in the East Blue to have no master. Although Garp was in there, he was a vice admiral and could not stay in such a small place at the East Blue all the time. So the Marine headquarters made a decision to send Commodore the White Hunter Smoker, who is directly affiliated to the Marine headquarters, to the Marine base in Logetown to stay in the East Blue to deter pirates. In this incident, Ian, the pirate hunter, also entered the Marine's sight. Because Morgan's report did not include a picture of Ian, the Marine headquarters did not know what that pirate hunter looked like. It was only heard that his fists and his long sword were blazing with flames. So Ian, the pirate hunter, had a formal title and code name in the Marine headquarters. Fireblade Ian. For pirate hunters, the Marines were supportive and considered them a complement to the Marines' righteous forces. Although for those who believe in absolute justice, such as Red Dog Sakazuki, aka Akainu, pirate hunters and bounty hunters are the same, they are hyenas chasing bounty, which is disdainful, it does not hinder the Marines' overall attitude. Of course, the current Ian can't enter the site of the Marine headquarters. They just made a filing of Ian in the intelligence department, and then left it aside. The same was true for the people of Shell's town, but the version they heard was somewhat different. With the help of a pirate hunter named Fireblade Ian, Commander Morgan captured the vicious Buggy pirates, who escaped from prison because of a shortage of soldiers, and this did not prevent the people of Shell's town from admiring Morgan. Unlike the report to his superiors, when talking to the inhabitants of Shell's town, Morgan cleverly adjusted the story and his relationship with Ian, making him look like he was his subordinate. Only Kobe was the one who knows the truth and tries to argue for Ian, but he has always been coward and timid, and he was destined to say that not many people really listen to him. In this countless worship, the prestige of Morgan soared, and his authority on the marine base increases day by day. These are all later remarks. Ian, who has re-entered the sea, has been searching for the ship of Buggy's pirates in the offshore area for some time. After that, he has to confirm with regret that the ship really escaped. Ian regretted that he had wasted the opportunity of getting Buggy's treasure and grabbed his hair so hard. If he had thought of coming earlier, he might have succeeded. It's no use regretting now. Ian drifted on the sea and headed toward Logetown's location. He let the sea breeze blow his sails away while he continued to practice his swordsmanship on the boat. After the routine exercise was completed, Ian calmed down and began to think about new tactics. Now with high ace card, and seeing the high speed bonus, Ian had some new ideas. Can he combine a flash skill with a swift strike to achieve an attack of 7 chops flash? Or, can he use the Sword of the Darkness Flame and one of the flashes at the same time? In that case, the destructive power would be much higher, wouldn't it? Even when he thought about it, Ian felt that it was possible to combine even 3 skills, a flash, 7 quick chops and the Sword of the Darkness Flame in one attack. If he could do this, Ian can be called a mighty swordsman. After all, these cards' skills were given by the system, and what Ian wants now was to turn these skills into his own. He still doesn't know if he can do it, but he always has to try it before he confirms. Chapter 40, Sea King. For the next 2 days, Ian was on board, testing his theories. At the beginning, Ian found that it was no problem to chop out 7 swings in an instant by using the flash ability, because the number of chops depended only on the speed of Ian, but when Ian wanted to use the Sword of the Darkness Flame at the same time in a flash, he encountered frequent failures. He had thought that the 2 skills could not be fused, but by the time he learned it carefully, he found that it was because of his nin. The flash's skills of Samanosuk Akakis card distribute the nin on the legs, arms, and the sword's blade. The purpose of providing the legs with the nin is to move quickly in that instant. In order to swing the blade faster and more forcefully, the nin runs on both arms, and enchanting the sword with the nin increasing its destructive power. When using the flash alone, Ian can normally achieve this distribution effect. However, when he wanted to use the Sword of the Darkness Flame in combination with the flash, it was different. The skill of the Darkness Flame is to provide almost all the nin to the blade. No, to be exact, it is encircling around the edge of the sword. There is still a silk distance from the blade. The reason why this happens is that the Sword of the Darkness Flame has the intention of maintaining the flame, forming a high-temperature flame on the periphery of the blade. This high-temperature flame blade is sharper than the weapon itself. When cutting objects, it is totally melted and cut by high temperature. In other words, it is very like a flame cutter. In this way, the 2 skills of the Sword of the Darkness Flame and the True Flash formed a kind of conflict because the nin is used at the same moment to enchant the sword. Ian wanted to try to get rid of the part of the flash skill that provides the blade with the nin and maintains the darkness flame on the edge of the blade alone, but when he tried to do so, he found it quite difficult. It's not impossible, but it is very difficult to do. Ian could almost control the output value of the nin freely. He could use it flexibly. But when he wanted to change these 2 skills a little, he found that the nin worked very obscurely at this moment. This attempt to change has resulted in an unknown increase in the consumption of his own mental energy. After only one experiment, Ian felt that his nin was almost completely emptied, and his headache, which had not been seen for a long time, appeared again. When Ian looked at his own attributes in his mind, he found that his nin was consumed and he only has 2 points left. What the heck? More than 100 nin was consumed at one time? Ian himself was shocked. Although the proficiency of intermediate nin skills has also increased a little, Ian still feels that it is not worth it. After sitting down and thinking carefully, he comes to the conclusion that this kind of integration is not impossible to change skills, but limited by his own basic skills. Yes, it's limited to his ability to practice skills. Perhaps this consumption will be reduced by the time the practice of nin's skills rises to the advanced level. At that time, it is estimated that the use of nin will be much less obscure. Thinking of this, Ian can only temporarily put aside the intention of self-created skills. He now wants to try. He could only wait for the nin to recover slowly. From the food he bought, Ian took out an apple and bit it in his mouth, lay back on the boat, and looked at the system in his mind. There are other limitations to this kind of skill that Ian tried to create. Otherwise, Ian can think of now that when Sa Monosuk Akakis card or High Ace card are discarded at will, the skills created by him may not work. After all, Ian's so-called self-created skills are based on these two cards. Replacing High Ace card with Yukinas card, Ian tried to imitate the skill of the Sword of the Darkness Flame with the last 2 points. Indeed, his nin could not form a flame reaction even if it was attached to the outside of the blade. This was the reason why there is no bonus effect after removing the card. Ian wasn't surprised. That's what he expected. Looking at the treatment skill of Yukina's card, Ian had thought about whether he could use her treatment skill to treat Kuina when he first drew it, but then he remembered what Ivankov said, ordinary treatment is useless to Kuina's case, because she has no injuries, her injuries were entirely in the field of consciousness. Even if the equipment of Yukina's card can heal within, it can't touch the realm of consciousness, can it? What kind of stimulation does Kuina need to wake her up? Ian felt a little sad, and the more he thought about it, the more upset he was. He re-equipped the High Ace card, retreated from the system interface, got up and pulled out a book from the package, and then laid back. This book was given to him by Kobe when he was leaving. Because Kobe perceived Ian's lack of navigational knowledge, he gave it to him specially. The title of the book is very interesting. It's called 3000 Questions on Navigation. However, the contents of the book are very good. It lists a lot of common sense issues that should be paid attention to when navigating, such as why to wash the deck frequently, what signs are there when the sea storm is approaching, and so on. At the beginning of the book, Ian was enjoying reading it, but after all, he had not read such a textbook for so many years, and gradually began to feel sleepy. Although the afternoon sun was hot, the sea breeze was blowing, and it was very comfortable. In this pleasant environment, Ian fell asleep quickly, the book covered his face, and every time he snores, the book trembled slightly. If Kobe was there, he'd admire Ian. If a man dares to sail so carelessly that he sleeps without anchoring, he won't be afraid of the wind changing, and will he get lost again? Maybe Ian should be unlucky. Shortly after sleeping, a huge dark shadow appeared under him in the sea. The size of the shadow was as large as that of a naval warship, which can be said to be dozens of times larger than Ian's boat. The shadow drifts downstream, disappears, and reappears. If experienced people see this scene, they will immediately understand that it is a sign that the fierce predatory sea beast in the sea is preparing to hunt. As for the target of hunting, of course, it is Ian's boat above the sea. This kind of sea beast that attacked human beings is quite clear. The small boat usually has someone on it, and it's a good kind of food. Ian, who was still sleeping soundly, had no idea what was happening under him. When the beast beneath began to advance toward Ian's boat, the rapid movement triggered waves on the sea, and Ian awoke from the vibration. But before he understood what had happened, he saw the sea suddenly bulge, and then a huge, toothed mouth burst out of the water and bit the bow of the ship. With a bang, the boat, which was still a solid boat, suddenly turned into flying sawdust under this bite. Ian just woke up and saw this scene. He couldn't help but be shocked, he was so confused and did not know what was going on. It wasn't until the beast that attacked Ian's boat came out of the water that Ian saw what it really looked like. It was a 100-meter-long creature that looked like a sea snake or an electric eel, but its head looked like a crocodile, a big mouth full of sharp teeth, a long fin on its back, and its body was bigger than Ian's boat. This turned out to be a sea beast called the King. Yeah, the same variety as the Sea King who bit off Shank's arm. This huge sea beast with a crocodile-like head and a sea snake-like body is famous for its ferocity in the East Blue. They were perched in the offshore area of the island, attacking fishermen and traveler boats. Once ordinary people encounter them, they won't have another way but to wait for their death. On the book that Kobe gave to Ian, there was an introduction to the king. It is worth noting that such a fierce sea king is only classified as a sea beast, not a sea king. Even if it wasn't from the sea king category, there are extraordinary, large, and giant. Ian came to this world for a long time. It is really the first time that he saw such a large sea beast. He didn't know how big the real sea king will be. A bite broke the bow of the boat but did not get its prey. The body of the sea beast, with a huge splash of water in the air, made an arc and fell back into the sea. It misjudged thinking that it was a fishing boat. Generally, fishermen cast nets at the bow or stern of the boat when fishing. It attacked the vessel many times. So this time, according to past experience, it did not attack the hull directly. But who thought that Ian, who was laying on the fishing boat this time, was sleeping in the middle of the hull, so the beast didn't get him from the first attack. After processing for a couple of seconds, Ian burst in fear. Then there was anger because he saw his boat begun to enter the water. The Sea King has broken his bow, which meant that the boat had been scrapped. Even Ian knew what does a scrapped boat means on the vast sea. Ian saw his boat sinking, so he picked up the food package and rescued a bucket of rum on his shoulder. At the same time, the sea beast has once again emerged from the water. The sea serpent's body twisted into several circles. A carnivorous creature stared at Ian on the ship with fierce vertical pupils. The next second time, the beast opened its big mouth and rushed toward Ian. Ian stepped on the boat, gnashing his teeth, and jumped in the air to avoid the attack of the sea beast. Its big mouth directly bit the boat of Ian and turned it into a pile of debris. "You bloody beast! You thought I was your meal?" Ian felt that his lungs were all inflated. At the same time as the fall, his wrist turned over and pulled out the long sword behind him. With a cold light flash, he severely chopped off the neck of the sea beast. "Wow!" A terrible roar came out from the mouth of the Sea King and rang through the nearby waters. It never expected that the predator would encounter stubble this time. A fine cutting mark appeared on its neck, which penetrated the entire neck. With its roar, the sword mark burst into blood all around and rushed out for a long time. By the time the body of the Sea King crashed into the sea, its head and body had been completely separated. Even if he didn't use his skills, Ian killed it with a single blow. Turning from the midair, Ian stood on the body of the beast. The boat has sunk, and this was the only place where he could land. The beast that was killed didn't sink, and Ian didn't know why. It was estimated that Ian killed him so fast that there was air left in his alveoli or sputum. Nearly 100 meters of a beast's body became a temporary floating island. Ian felt that he was going to die. What can he do now? Chapter 41, Rescued. Ian once suspected that he was cursed because he did not worship God when he went to the sea. As soon as he went out to the sea, he encountered a storm, and then encountered pirates who had stolen his stuff when he was fishing in the sea. Now he was sleeping on the boat, and a sea beast attacked him and sunk his boat. Is there anyone in this world who is more unlucky than him? Sighing, looking at the dead body of the sea beast at his feet, the blood flowing from the corpse has dyed a large area of the nearby sea a bloody red. The strong smell of blood has attracted many swimming sharks, but it may be because of the power brought by the size of the sea beast. These sharks didn't dare to approach. But this was only a temporary matter. When they find out that the sea beast has died, the sharks who were no longer afraid will go in a flock to bite its flesh. Looking at the sharks that were not far away, Ian knew that time was running out. If the sea beast were eaten by the sharks and leaves only the skeleton, he would lose his only floating place. Once it fell into the sea, then he definitely has to fight with these sharks. But then again, is the body of a sea beast so big? Nearly 100 meters was just an estimated number. It may not be so long, but looking at it, there were certainly dozens of meters. This guy won't be a variant, right? Shaking his head, Ian didn't want that to happen. He stood up and looked around the sea, expecting to see a ship or something to save him. You don't say. When he looked, he actually discovered a thing. He saw a mast on the sea level far ahead. Since the planet is round, it is common to see the approaching vessel on the surface of the sea, first witnessing the mast, and then the hull. Looking at this situation, it means that the other side was still far away. The distance between them has already appeared. But seeing a ship was a good thing. Ian quickly rummaged through his package. He remembered that when Kobe purchased it for him, he seemed to have bought several signal flares. In this world, the occurrence of a shipwreck is a normal thing, so people who go out to sea will prepare a few flares for the rescue so that when they are in danger, they can mark their location and let people come to rescue them. Signal flares are a form of basic necessities. Of course, these signal flares are actually a kind of fireworks, which was also made with gunpowder. Once it gets wet, it can't be used. At that time, the victims can only think of other ways to ask for rescue, such as raising a campfire and making rescue smoke. Ian turned to find the signal flares and found that it was not wet. He could not help holding it and kissing it. He thought that Kobe was fascinating, thanks to him for assisting Ian by thinking and preparing these things for him. The signal flares do not require a special ignition tool, just pull out the lid and the gunpowder inside will be ignited. There were muffled sound and a force coming. The signal flares flew into the sky, leaving a straight red smoke in the air. Even if it was blown by the wind, it would not disperse for a long time. Thank goodness! Thanks to this world and technology. After sending out the signal, Ian could only hope that the ship could see it and come to rescue him, but when Ian looked again, he found that there was not only one ship in the distance but 3 in all. The other 2 seemed to be lagging behind, so he did not see them just now. Far away, Ian could not see what the 3 ships looked like, let alone their flag was on the mast, so he did not know what kind of ships they were. If they were merchant ships, they would usually rescue him when they saw the distress signal. He was somewhat worried about encountering another pirate ship. It's not that Ian was afraid of meeting pirates. In fact, it would be great if he met pirates. The reason why he was worried about was that he was afraid that the pirates would not save him and that they would terribly ignore his signals. While looking ahead, Ian suddenly heard the sound of waves coming from around him. Looking down, he found that the sharks had begun tearing up around the body of the sea beast. Besides sharks, there were other fierce predators, who were fighting desperately for the meat of the beast, stirring up a wave rolling over the surface of the sea. If this goes on, even if the body of the sea beast is twice as big, it will soon be eaten. So Ian can only save himself. He knelt down and tried to get close to the sea. When he saw a shark coming to bite him, he cut it down and killed it. In a few minutes, he has killed several sharks. Although this amount has dropped many of the attacking sharks, it can also slow down the speed at which the corpse of the sea beast is being eaten. Ian now only hopes that the 3 ships will see the distress signals as soon as possible. He didn't know how long it would take them. Even Ian himself didn't know how many sharks he had already killed. To his surprise, the blood from the killed sharks made the sea more bloody. More and more carnivorous creatures were also increasingly coming. The body of the sea beast would soon be eaten away. During this period, he was too busy to look up and see the 3 ships again, but Ian could not have the time to pay attention to it. He could not let these predatory fish eat any of the meat. He could only kill as many fish as he can to gain more time. Losing a lot of flesh and blood, the sea beast's body has sunk a little. Ian could reach the surface without kneeling down now. Maybe in a few minutes, he will have to accept the fact that he would fall into the sea. At that moment, however, Ian suddenly heard several whoosh noises. The sound was familiar to Ian, knowing that it was the whistling sound of the shell flying through the air. But it seems that there was no sound of cannon firing. He just raised his head in confusion, and several shells landed on the sea near him and exploded. As soon as the huge waves struck, the original frenzied sharks under the sea were immediately frightened, and with a wag of their tails, they dived. These shells landed fairly precisely where the most densely packed areas of sharks were, so the effect was astonishing, and the number of prey in the sea soon dropped by more than half. Then, Ian saw the 3 ships that had arrived not far away. The big ship. It's really a big ship. It's quite big. And not only the big ship, the blue and white painting, but also the seagull pattern on the bulging sail, all of which means that these ships are 3 high-level warships from the Marines. Ian was somewhat dismayed. He thought that the 3 ships were merchant ships, cruise ships, and possibly pirate ships, but he didn't think that they were Marines' warships. So he watched with amazement as one of the warships approached him, a man standing on the side of the ship, wearing a white coat and a tiger's hat, looked at him with a cannonball in his hand. Another Marine in a coat, holding a sword and wearing a hat, dressed like a secret agent, appeared on the side of the ship and asked Ian coldly, "Did you just send a distress signal?" "Oh, yes." Ian responded. "Who else do you see here besides me? Who are you? A pirate?" The spy-like Marine looked at Ian's costume and saw that he held a long sword in one hand and a package in his other hand, and there was a barrel of wine under his arm. He did not look like an ordinary traveler or fisherman at all, so the spy Marine could not help but consciously clenched the weapons in his hand, and draw his sword. "No." Ian shook his head, not to mention that he was not a pirate. Even if he was, he would not be foolish enough to admit that he was a pirate in front of the Marines. So he quickly identified himself and said, "I'm a pirate hunter." It can be seen that the Marine soldiers relaxed their vigilance when they heard the words pirate hunter, but the gun in their hands still pointed at him, and at first glance, he knew that they were well-trained elite Marines. Looking at the size of the Marine ships, Ian knew that the origin of this group of Marines was not simple. If there were such a group of soldiers in the 153rd branch of Shell's town, how could Buggy fight inside the base? The spy Marine still had doubts about Ian's answer. He also knew that no one in the Marines dared to admit that he was a pirate, but before he could say anything, a burst of bold laughter came from the ship behind. Wahahaha! Don't be so nervous, Bogard. Even if he was a real pirate, would you still be afraid? Let him come aboard. Colonel Bogard did not say anything when he heard this voice. With a wave of his hand, a small boat was lowered on the Marine ship. Several Marine soldiers rowed oars, and their guns were locked at Ian's position. Ian sighed relieved. When the boat approached, he jumped into the boat with great strength under his feet. Several soldiers with guns stared at him closely, and the boat sailed toward the warship. When it reached the side of the ship, Ian climbed up the rope ladder. As soon as Ian got on the deck, he could not help sitting on the deck. The feeling of being down to earth was so good. When he was on the corpse of the sea beast, the sense of floating up and down made him faint. Wahahaha! What a big beast, boy! Did you kill it? The previous voice sounded again, and then a figure fell in front of Ian. Ian looked up and almost bit his tongue the next second because the man who jumped from the boat behind and landed in front of him was none other than Garp. Luffy's grandfather. Vice Admiral of the Marines, Iron Fist Garp. So Ian suddenly remembered that at the base of the 153rd branch, Morgan had said that Garp would come. At that time, Ian thought he was just trying to frighten Buggy, but it was true. Ian was heading to Logtown, but Garp was coming from Logtown. It's not surprising that they will meet as long as they don't deviate from the route. Chapter 42, Old Man with Off-the-Line Character. Garp, who appeared in front of Ian, put his hands on his trouser pockets and a marine coat was fluttering behind his back. It seems that this officer of the Marine headquarters with high rank likes to wear the coat as a cape. When the sea breeze blows, the hanging clothes and sleeves flutter with the wind, which was very sensational. Garp wears his iconic dog's mask on his head, under which a few strands of messy grey-white hair appeared. There was a scar in the corner of his left eyebrow, but the whole man did not look vicious. He grinned, and his teeth sparkled. Although he was standing in front of Ian, his eyes looked at the sea beast in the water not far away. He said, "This seems to be a sea beast that only appears in the East Blue, I don't know how it tastes." Having said that, he suddenly punched his left palm with his right fist and said to Ian, "Shall we have a barbecue party?" Ian was still shocked by his appearance. Suddenly, when he heard this sentence, he didn't know how to react. Colonel Bogard next to him also had a helpless face. "Vice Admiral Garp, please be decent." "Wahahaha, it's a joke, it's a joke." Garp touched his head and laughed loudly. "It looks like this guy has no meat to eat." "No. That wasn't a joke," Ian silently thought. Garp then asked Ian with a serious expression, "Kid, who are you? What's your name?" "I'm Ian, a pirate hunter." Ian said, "Thank you for saving me." Now he knows why he only heard the sound of cannonballs flying before but didn't hear the sound of cannons firing. It was definitely because of this old man, the monster Garp. His way of throwing cannonballs by hand was not a thing that anyone can do except him. "You went out to the sea alone?" Garp asked curiously, "How did you meet this guy?" "This guy" naturally refers to the sea beast. Ian felt helpless after listening to it. He didn't want to, so he had to tell Garp what had happened. As a result, when the old man listened, he burst into laughter and tears came out of his eyes. Colonel Bogard covered his forehead. "Vice Admiral Garp, please be decent." After Garp had laughed enough, he patted Ian on the shoulder and said, "Boy, you look down on the sea too much. The East Blue is difficult enough. If you go to the Grand Line, you will find there worse creatures. The sea is very harsh to mankind." So Garp said to Ian, "Come and be a Marine." Ian did not know how to complain. The sea was very harsh to humans. How is that related to joining the Marines? It's a tough way to poach someone. Colonel Bogard continued to cover his face beside him. "Vice Admiral Garp, please be decent." Puff. What does a man do when he goes to sea improperly besides of being a Marine? Garp glared at Bogard. "Yes, yes." Bogard reluctantly gave up and argued with him. Ian was able to see Garp's character. As it is rumored, it is difficult for normal people to keep up with his thinking. Shaking his head, Ian said, I need money, so I can only be a pirate hunter for the time being. What do you want money for, boy? Garp asked curiously, being a marine also give you a salary? I need billions of berries at least. Can a marine soldier earn that in a few years? Ian asked back with his hands stretched out. Garp's eyes almost came out, why do you want so much money? Save people, buy devil fruits. Ian thought about it and said half the truth. In fact, he also knew that it was unreasonable to buy devil fruits on the black market, but this excuse was very good. After all, his system consumed a lot of money and could be covered up by this excuse. When Garp heard this, he asked Bogard, do pirate hunters make a lot of money? If they have the strength, they can. Bogard nodded. But the risks are great, too. And it would be dangerous to be targeted by a big pirate. After thinking for a long time, Garp suddenly thumped his hand and said, ah. Since it's like that, let's be a pirate hunter. I'm not afraid of being targeted by big pirates. That would be great XD. It wasn't just Bogard at this moment. All the marine soldiers standing on the boat listening to him screamed in unison and said, Vice Admiral Garp. Please don't make such a joke. It seems that Garp's off-the-line personality has hurt his soldiers deeply. If you don't want to do it, why do you shout at me? Depressed, Garp plugged his ear with his little finger, turned to Ian and said, from the moment you got on the ship, I thought your hat was familiar, as if I had seen it somewhere. He sat on the deck, cross-legged, touched his chin, and said, well, where did I see it? Let me think about it. After that, he ignored Ian, frowned, and thought there. A ship full of people quietly waited for him to recall. Ian turned around and looked, he did not know how to describe this weird picture. After a while, Garp suddenly slammed his palm. Just when Ian and all the marine soldiers thought that he had found it, they listened to him saying, ah. I really can't remember it. Forget it, don't think about it, kid, would you like some tea? Ian fell headlong on the deck. When he looked up, he saw that Garp wondered where to find a set of tea and that he had begun to make tea in a leisurely way. He's actually doing it. Turning his head, Ian looked sympathetically at Colonel Bogard, with such a supervisor on the stand, do you think it's usually that hard? Bogard nodded helplessly, does that have to be said? While the two completed their communication with their eyes, Garp touched a dish of pancakes and asked Ian, right, do you eat pancakes? I like pancakes the most. Looking at Garp's face, eager to be accompanied by someone to drink tea and eat pancakes, Ian really did not know how to refuse, so he had to sit down and drink tea with him. In Frost Moon Village, Ian often drinks tea with Master Kojiro. However, Master Kojiro was more traditional. His tea ceremony sometimes has more rules. Unlike Garp, Ian just picks up a cup and drinks Garp's tea. But he didn't know why, he feels more comfortable drinking Garp's tea instead. This is not because Garp's tea was good, even if his character is off the line, Ian still feels that this old man was very kind. Although he was a vice admiral in the Marines, he has no intention of maintaining the dignity of a high-ranked Marine in front of him, but rather like an old man in a neighborhood, which make Ian doesn't feel constrained. In other words, that is how close he is to the people. Yes, this may be the unique style of Garp. While drinking tea, Ian saw that Garp began to contemplate again with his arms crossed. He did not know what he was thinking about, nor did he ask. He could only continue drinking silently. After spending half a day at sea, he was really thirsty. Then after a while, Garp opened his mouth, touched his chin, and asked Ian, boy, did you just say you were a pirate hunter? Ian nodded and said, yeah, didn't I just say that? You should be good enough to kill such a big beast? Garp said this, suddenly pointing to Ian, turned to Bogard and said, beat him. Whoosh! Ian just took a sip of tea and sprayed it on Garp's face. He was surprised and said, what are you talking about? However, before Ian recovered from his surprise, Bogard, on the other side, had rushed to him. He kicked him sideways, and his fast foot was directly on Ian's face. Boom! Ian was kicked out directly by this foot and hit the bulkhead of the warship, causing many cracks. It shows how powerful this foot was. When Ian got up, he felt numbness in his left side of his face and a bloody smell in his mouth, which might be bleeding. He looked at Bogard gloomily, totally unexpected that Bogard would start fighting with what he just said. Don't look at the soldiers under Garp's hand who often argue the off-the-line character of Garp. They actually respect him a lot. When he heard Garp's order, even though Ian was still drinking tea with Garp as a guest, Bogard started obeying his order without hesitation. He saw that Ian climbed up, Bogard rushed to Ian again. Ian took out his long sword behind him and went up against Bogard. Although he didn't know why Garp ordered Bogard to beat him, it's not Ian's style that he doesn't fight back. In the passive exploration of the Evil Eye expert's skill, Garp's aura emitted a strong crimson, which he knew from the first glance that he could not win against him. Although Bogard was also red, his aura was much lighter. Ian also wanted to try what kind of enemy was this threatening him, so he broke out at his own maximum speed. Just for an instant, both of them rushed to a close distance where they could clash. Ian waved his blade violently and struck 7 cuts at Bogard instantly. Bogard suddenly saw the strength of Ian's move. He suddenly stopped, clenched his fists, and stood at the same pace. Tekai! Iron body! With a roar from Bogard, Ian's strikes fell on him. After all, he was on a marine ship. If Ian kills Bogard, he won't be able to walk away. So Ian attacked him with his blade, but he didn't aim at Bogard's vital organs. However, after his blade fell on Bogard, there was a jingling sound, accompanied by a shocking force, and there was no sense of cutting the human body. Turning around, Ian found that Bogard wasn't injured, he has just torn off his clothes. Wahahaha! Garp wiped the tea sprayed on his face and laughed again. Don't underestimate Bogard, boy. He's my direct intelligence officer. Colonel from Cipher Pole, you'd better be careful when dealing with him. Iron body? Rokushiki techniques? Ian looked at Bogard with some surprise. The metal clashing sound just now. Can the Tekai from the 6 styles really make the body become like steel? Chapter 43, Garp's Condition. The so-called 6 styles, Rokushiki, are a special physical skill spread in the Marines. They are Tekai, Iron Body, Kami-e, Paper Art, Jeppo, Moonwalk, Rankyaku, Tempest Kick, Shigan, Finger Gun, and Soru, Shave. After a certain level of practice, they can surpass the human Bodis limit and exert their incredible fighting power. To be precise, these 6 techniques should be regarded as a substitute, mainly for those high-rank officers in the Marines who can't awaken their haki, or for the agents from CP0 to CP9, while Marines officers above Vice Admiral rank almost always use the haki, which these 6 styles are not very practical for them. And what Colonel Bogard used just now is the Iron Body, one of the 6 styles. It is really a powerful defensive technique, which can make the body as hard as steel by controlling the muscles of the whole body. It is difficult for bullets or swords to break through this defensive technique. Although Ian's 7 cuts were blocked, he was not too surprised, because he had not used any of his nen on strengthening the blow that he had just made. Before, because of the integration of experimental skills, Ian consumed all his nen, but after sleeping on the boat for more than an hour, he has refilled some. Although not much, he could still use a flash skill or the Sword of the Darkness Flame. Good speed. Bogard looked at his cut-out clothes and praised him. But not enough strength, you're kinda weak to be able to deal with me. Ian did not speak but faced him holding his sword. He planned to wait for Bogard to attack him. Soru. The next second, Bogard's figure disappeared from where it was. The principle of this trick is to kick off the ground at least 10 times at a very fast rate, in exchange for explosive speed with a strong reaction force, so that Bogard looks as if he has disappeared. Ian was slightly shocked. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough to sense Bogard's moving position and cross his sword to the rear of his side. Bogard appeared there, pointing to Ian, Shigan. This finger was pointed at Ian's sword, and a powerful force erupted at his fingertips. Ian felt that a tremendous force came to the blade, which made his hands numb. However, Ian gritted his teeth, pushed the blade upward, unloaded the force, and then through the success of the defense opportunity, launched the bullet flash directly against Bogard. With a swing, Ian's long sword swayed with a cold glow and cut at Bogard's waist. The speed of the flash was breakneck, but Bogard still saw it clearly. He wanted to defend himself with the Tekai, but at that moment, Garp suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Move." Bogard was stunned for a moment, and it was because of this moment of distraction that he could not tolerate any further reaction. Watching Ian's blade coming, he could only withstand it with Tekai. The clash made a slight noise, but this time there was no sound of metal's collision. Ian's blade crossed Bogard, bringing out fluttering blood. Bogard stared at the wound on his waist. Although the wound was not deep, his proud iron body defense was broken so easily. Garp, on the other side, spoke loudly, "Idiot, can't you see the boy's trick? This time you should have used Kami-e to avoid it. Why using the Tekai?" Bogard bowed slightly to Garp and said, "I'm sorry, Vice Admiral Garp, I was careless. How many times have I said that the Rokushiki are not invincible?" Garp said angrily, "Being overconfident with your moves, one day that will kill you." Bogard kept silent and bowed his head. After scolding for a while, Garp turned his head, looked at Ian, and said, "Kid, with that skill, you had actually used haki on your sword. Do you really want to cut Bogard?" Ian shook his head and said, "No. I know that Colonel Bogard didn't go all in against me." Touching his cheek, it still hurt, so Ian said another depressed sentence, "Besides kicking me in the face. Bogard didn't use all of his power fighting Ian, because what Garp just said was beat him, not kill him." The difference between the two was, of course, audible to Ian. In addition, people in this world seem to have formed a habit. Because of the power of haki, when confronted with a power that causes a change of aura, the first thing they think of is haki, without guessing if it was another spiritual power. Although Ian's idea was different from the haki, in the final analysis, they all come from the fluctuation of the life force of the human body itself. So when Garp perceived Ian's nin attached to his sword, he mistook it for the haki, just like Ivankov. Haki requires long-term exercise to form, and then a certain amount of talent and luck to be truly awakened. Some people get it very easily, and others don't. Bogard was the latter. He has not yet succeeded in awakening the haki, so he has been practicing the Rokushiki. When he heard that Ian's sword had just used haki, he strangely looked at Ian. He finally knew why Vice Admiral Garp asked him to dodge the attack, and why his iron body technique could not resist against Ian's blade, because the boy had just used haki on his blow. Ian seems so young that he can use haki so skillfully at that age, which was almost unthinkable to Bogard. However, at this moment, Garp laughed and said, "He kicked you, you cut his waist, even if it's a tie. Boy, I was surprised that you could use the haki, but looking at your attack just now, it seems that your haki's training is not enough, and it can't be materialized." Ian nodded. That's true, his current practice nin skills was not high enough, but he can also roughly guess the development direction of his nin. Substantialization of nin is one of them. According to Ian's speculation, after the substance nin is entangled in the weapon or body, that should be able to achieve the same effect as armed haki, enhance the destructive power of weapons and reinforce their own defensive capabilities. Another development direction of nin is diffusion. Spreading the nin into the surrounding air to form a circular nin field. Anything that can disturb and influence the nin field can be perceived. It can achieve the same effect as the Kanbunshoku haki, observation haki, and accurately foresee and avoid the danger. These development directions are the reason why they are similar to haki, and they can achieve the same purpose. As for the differences, it may be that haki, Ian felt that his nin may not be able to achieve that kind of deterrence or even fainting an enemy. House Hoku haki is more inclined to some sort of a more powerful spiritual force field. However, he will not explain these differences with others, whether it was Ivankov or Garp, since they think of his nin as haki, then it is haki. Well, the test has been done. Ian retracted his sword, sat down on the deck again, and asked Garp, "Let's talk, Oyaji, old man, what on earth do you want me to do?" In fact, he was very angry with Garp at this time. Although he knew that Garp's order for Bogard to beat him might just be to test his strength, but without announcing the start of the battle, he would be beaten. This way of thinking can't be accepted by Ian. If he were weaker, then the unexpected kick might make him faint easily. Therefore, under this gloomy temperature, Ian blurted out and called Garp as the old man. "Wahahaha, old man? This name is really nostalgic." Garp laughed, and after a while, he converged and asked Ian, "Well, to be honest, Lieutenant Morgan of the 153rd Branch reported that the man who caught the buggy pirates was a pirate hunter with a long flame sword and a bear's ear hat. That's you, isn't it?" "Yeah." Ian nodded and did not deny it. It seemed that Morgan has already reported the matter. "Your sword was not flaming?" Garp asked curiously. "You care so much?" An old man asked him like a 3-year-old boy. Ian, who was getting busy becoming really drunk, said fiercely, "What the hell is going on? Tell me quickly." Bogard, who was bandaging his wounds, helplessly said, "Vice Admiral Garp, please be decent." Cough. Cough. Garp coughed twice and said to Ian, "We had received a call for help from the Shell's marine base, but on the way, because Lieutenant Morgan reported that the buggy pirates were captured, our purpose changed a bit. We were going to receive the buggy pirates, but just a few hours before we met you, the purpose of this trip changed again." "Well," Lieutenant Morgan reported that they had escaped from prison. "Oh, so troublesome. Our purpose has changed so many times, I don't want to go anymore." "We have to go, Vice Admiral Garp," said Bogard. "The escape of the buggy pirates is still unclear. We have to check whether the 153rd branch has lied about the military situation or not." Ian was surprised. Buggy escaped from prison? So fast? It was only 2 days after he caught Buggy. "No matter what, we need to go to Shell's Town this time," Garp said, "but since you're coming from Shell's Town, you probably don't want to go back?" Ian nodded. Of course, although he was rescued by Garp's group, would his 2-day voyage be wasted if he followed them back to Shell's Town? "So I can give you a boat and let you go." Garp raised a finger and said, "But you have to do something for me." "Oh? You will give me a boat?" Ian was somewhat surprised. "What do you want me to do? Aren't you a pirate hunter?" Garp laughed, revealing his shining teeth and an evil grin. "Then help me catch someone, catch a pirate." "Oh, that's no problem." Ian didn't think much about it at this time. He nodded and answered, "Tell me, what's the name of that pirate?" The next moment, however, he heard Garp say, "That pirate's name is Ace, my grandson." Chapter 44, Agreement Reached. Ian's ears perked up and thought that he had an auditory hallucination. He was reluctant to ask again, What did you just say?" Garp raised his cup and took a sip of tea. He said, "You heard me. The pirate I want you to catch is my grandson, a little devil named Ace." Ian looked around at the marine soldiers. "Old man, is it really appropriate for you to say that in public?" "Don't worry. This is no big deal." Garp saw Ian's worries, and laughed, "They are my men, and so what if they knew?" That's indeed what Ian was thinking, and Garp's character is always like this. He's not afraid of saying that his grandson is going out to the sea as a pirate. Even in front of the fleet Admiral Sengoku, he dares to say it, but Garp has been hiding his true identity. Seeing that Bogard and the soldiers next to him still have their regular expressions, Ian didn't care that much and just asked curiously, "You're the Marines, why don't you catch him yourself?" "But asking me, an outsider, to catch him?" As soon as he mentioned that, Garp became angry. He shouted, "Do you think I don't want to take him as a Marine? But that stinky boy is so stubborn. Not long ago I heard that he just went out of the sea and set up a pirate crew with the name Spade Pirates." "What's that name?" Ian was speechless. "So the crew's name was bothering you?" However, listening to Garp's words, Ace just went out to sea. So Ian secretly began to calculate if Zoro is 16 years old now, and he's older than Luffy by 2 years, then Luffy is now 14 years old, and Ace is 3 years older, then he's 17 years old, this is the right time. But even Ian himself didn't expect that he would go to the sea at about the same time as Ace. Ace, Luffy's elder brother, went out to the sea this year, and Ian, Zoro's elder brother, also went to the sea this year. This is really a good year. Should it be renamed, Elder Brothers Going Out to Sea? Year. At this time, Garp looked at Ian and continued, "If I take him back as a Marine, he will definitely not be convinced, but you are different. You are about the same age as him, so long as you defeat him, catch him, and let him see how difficult it is to be a pirate, maybe he will change his mind at that time." Ian gazed at Garp with his mouth wide open, and said, "Well, your reason, old man, is really good, very strong, it's illogical. You know what? Are you sure that if I catch him, he will change his mind?" Ian asked in reply, "If I caught him, I can't give him to any other Marine. I can only hand him over to you. When he sees you, I'm afraid hell no, it's your idea right away. Won't that be a problem?" Garp carelessly picked his nostrils. "If you can catch him once, you can catch him dozens of times. If you keep capturing him, he will get tired of being a pirate." Ian snorted and said again while looking at him foolishly, "What are saying? Catching him dozens of times? You are planning to let him go if he doesn't give in?" Garp laughed. I can't do anything about it, after all, I'm his grandfather. It's really hard for me to throw him into prison. Sure enough, although he said that he wanted to catch Ace, but Garp was equally caring for him, his grandson who had no blood relationship with him, but he did everything he could to reverse his fate, even resorting to this outsider's hand. This feeling made Ian look envious. However, this deal can't be done. Ian shook his head and said, dozens of times? Old man, are you teasing me? This is a hard job with no reward, just a small boat, that's a low payment, it's not worth it. Ah, if you say so, it seems that a small boat is not enough. Garp snorted, touched his chin, and said, what do you want then? Money. Ian was very concise and authentic. But I have no money. Garp put his hands together, well, since you are a pirate hunter, how about I give you a pair of Karski, sea stone, handcuffs? When you encounter devil fruit users, you can easily capture them and not be afraid of their escape. Ian's eyes became bright, Hi. Karski handcuffs? That's a good thing. Karski is a kind of very peculiar stone, or mineral, which only exists in some sea area on a grand line. The Karski can be said to be the solid form of the sea. It can emit a wave of energy similar to the sea, which makes the ability of the devil fruit user unusable. Due to the special nature of the sea stone, the Marines strictly supervise this kind of stone. It's used to make jail cells or handcuffs to deal with pirates who have the power of devil fruit. In fact, it can't be supervised, because the sea stone is not a directly finished mineral. It exists in various volcanic rock layers on the seabed. The refining method is only controlled by the Marines Science Department, so basically only the Marines can use it. The sea stone refined into the finished product is extremely hard and can't be destroyed by ordinary means of attack. So in general, these Karski handcuffs can only be opened by their key. Ian knew that this kind of thing existed, so when he caught Buggy, he asked Morgan if he had any Karski handcuffs. As a result, the 153rd branch was too small, and it was in the East Blue, a sea area where few people had the power of the devil fruit. So, there were no Karski handcuffs in the base. Otherwise, they won't be able to escape so easily. Without waiting for Ian to speak, Colonel Bogard next to him spoke first. He said to Garp with some concern, Vice Admiral Garp, how can you give away the Karski handcuffs? The supervision is so strict, how will you explain this to the department? Garp glared at him and said, what's wrong with this? Don't listen to their nonsense. Strict supervision? That crocodile guy asked the government for it, and in the end, they gave him some. Another familiar name, Crocodile? The Desert King Crocodile, one of the Shishibukai, right? That fellow asked the world government for some sea stone, presumably to build a prison with Karski. If he remembers correctly, the Shishibukai has the imprisonment permission given by the world government. That is to say, they can catch other pirates and lock them up. Almost like a private prison. Ian remained silent and did not show any expression. Shaking his head, he said to Garp, but it's not enough. How much does a ship and handcuffs worth? Kid, don't push your luck. Garp stared at Ian this time. That's it. Ian curled his lips and said, your request is to catch Ace dozens of times. Without mentioning his strength, how can I know if ever I can beat him or not? Secondly, if he runs to the Grand Line, then I'll have to follow him and spend time and energy. You can say for yourself, that's not enough? It's great to do business with an old man like Garp. When Ian said that, he felt as if it was true. He said in embarrassment, but I don't have anything else. Ah, right. How about I introduce you to someone? Huh? Ian was confused. What are you talking about, old man? A beautiful woman. Garp patted Ian on the shoulder and raised his eyebrows to him with a grim look, it's also a colonel in our marine headquarters. When Colonel Bogard heard this, he suddenly felt that it was not a good idea, and quickly asked, Vice Admiral Garp, you can't say that. Garp looked up at him and said, it's the little girl Hina. What's wrong with that? Ah! Colonel Bogard and the other marine soldiers all shouted at Garp, please don't make such a joke. At this point, all the soldiers on board were angry. Vice Admiral Garp, you've gone too far in this joke. Want to introduce our goddess to this kid as a girlfriend, he's really muddle-headed? Ian also looked at Garp with a cold sweat. The old man's name sounded like a homophonic sound of reliable. How could he talk and do things so unreliable? Ian naturally knows that when he mentioned this name, it immediately appeared in his mind a tall and slim woman with straight, waist-length pink long hair, sunglasses and a cigarette in her mouth. But if he remembers correctly, this proud temperament and imposing figure of the imperial girl can be said that all men of the same age in the Marine headquarters have a crush on her and admire her. In order to catch Ace, you throw away the Marine goddess? Aren't you afraid that all the soldiers in the Marines will revolt? Seeing Garp's expression, Ian knew that the old man didn't know what mistake he had made. Looking at the Marines on the ship, they were very angry and about to burst. Ian hastened to cut off the topic. Forget it, let's talk about it later. I have a proposal. What do you think of it? Okay, say it. Garp closed his arms and said, as long as you don't want money, you can ask for anything. Cough. Ian was choking with this sentence, and after a while, he began to say, it's impossible to catch Ace dozens of times, and I don't know where he is now, but I can promise you that if I ever meet him, I'll catch him as much as possible. This time, the boat and the sea stone handcuffs will be the first commissioned remuneration. If I catch him again in the future, I'll send him to you. Then let's go on with the issue of remuneration. What do you think? That is to say, pay once, right? Garp touched his chin and thought, yes, but first of all, the reward is only what I can get. Deal. Ian stretched out his right hand to Garp. He laughed and grasped Ian's hand. Chapter 45, Logue Town. A small boat was lowered from the warship and landed on the surface of the sea. Soon afterward, the boat moved in the opposite direction of the ship and went ahead. On the side of the warship, Garp, with his dog mask, watched the boat go with his arms crossed. Colonel Bogard stood beside him and watched the boat. After a while, he opened his mouth and whispered to Garp, Vice Admiral Garp, that hat on the boy's head. I know. Garp suddenly uttered, that hat is exactly the same as Akuma's. Then why didn't you remember that before? Bogard asked inexplicably. Is it necessary to say that? Garp turned to him and smiled. It's just a hat. Can you prove that he has something to do with Kuma? I can't prove it. Bogard shook his head. I'm just worried that there won't be another Shishibukai in the future. That's not good. That's right. Sometimes it's better to pretend to be confused a little bit. Garp grinned. Don't worry. I don't know what he has to do with Kuma, but I can see that this kid is not a pirate. By the way, what do you think of his strength when you fought against him? The foundation of his swordsmanship is perfect. It can be seen that he was taught by a great master. Bogard said, his strength is good, and his speed is really great. Unfortunately, this type of swordsmanship is not suitable for using such a large sword. How does his swordsmanship compare with yours? Garp asked. It's hard to say. Bogard thought about it before he answered. When Garp heard it, he burst into laughter. He felt more and more that he was looking for Ian to catch Ace. Even Bogard said that the boy's swordsmanship was good. So he should have no problem fighting with Ace. Now, I just have to wait for him. Moving back to the deck, Garp waved his hand and said, start moving, our target is Shell's Town. At this time, on the boat, Ian was rubbing his hand hard, and he regretted it. Regret being impulsive with Garp shaking hands with Garp. Iron Fist Garp. From this name alone, he can tell how powerful Garp's hands are. Ian was so excited before that, so he shook his hand subconsciously after reaching an agreement. As a result, Ian's whole hand was swollen with a gentle pinch of his iron-clawed hand. Even now, when the boat was back on track, Ian's hand hasn't been healed yet. This made Ian wonder if Garp sees something wrong, and give him a little lesson. Yet, Ian did not lose anything in the deal with Garp. He made a good profit. Before fulfilling anything, Ian got a boat and a pair of Karski handcuffs. As for what he said about catching Ace, Ian was not at all concerned. It's not that Ian wants to repent. It's that he doesn't know where Ace is. What's the chance of meeting Ace in such a big world with a huge population? Needless to say, it's not too hard to figure it out. Ian never thought of trying his best to trace Ace. Since he couldn't find him, the agreement with Garp would not take effect for the time being. In other words, whether he wants to catch him or not depends entirely on Ian's mood. Lying down, Ian didn't dare to read the book again. He was afraid to keep looking at it and fall asleep again. It would be terrible to be attacked by the sea beast again. For the first time, he was lucky enough to be rescued by Garp's warship. If he did it again, it would really be. So this time, although he was lying down, he was always paying attention to the sea around him. If he wants to go to Logtown, it will take him about 1 or 2 days. Ian took this opportunity to plan his future direction of exercise. Looking at the system in his mind, he has reached level 6.5. This experience was given to him when he defeated Buggy, but he did not gain any experience in his battle with Bogard. Colonel Bogard didn't use all his strength when he was fighting with him because he was really good at swordsmanship. Ian remembered that when he first got on the ship, the weapon in his hand was a sword, but when he was fighting, he never used it. Although he did not gain any experience, Ian had learned something because he found out that his physical proficiency is his own defects. Although Ian's speed and strength are not weak with the help of the card effect, and Ian usually also carries out strength and speed training, but these training is not formalized and systematic, and are really physical exercise, which is like a bodybuilder. Although he looks muscular, he may not necessarily be good at martial arts. The advantage of learning to be physically proficient is obvious. It can make Ian more resistant to attacks, and a powerful physical exercise will also affect his swordsmanship abilities, which will make Ian's swordsmanship faster and stronger. At the thought of this, Ian suddenly realized that the reason why his advanced swordsmanship proficiency has not been able to improve to a higher level after being fully skilled, probably due to the problem of his physical proficiency. So the training of physical proficiency must be put on the exercise schedule. But Ian doesn't have a good method of physical exercise now. The Marine's 6 styles are good, but somebody has to teach him. Maybe I really have to catch Ace once, send him to the old man Garp, then ask him to teach me these skills? Ian thought like this. If it was Garp, his physical proficiency should be very powerful, right? Besides, there is the way of the card system. The next card slot is unlocked. At level 10, Ian will be able to equip with a new card. If he can draw characters who are good at physical skills, it may open for him a basic physical training proficiency after equipping them. Don't forget, that's how the basic NAN skills proficiency came. When Ian thought of spending money to recharge and draw cards, he felt that the pit was a wave after wave, and he did not know what kind of cards he could draw if he spends the 7 million berries from Buggy's bounty. If he didn't draw a card with physical skills, doesn't that mean that he should keep buying them? Ian suddenly thought of a sentence, "Don't use your time to challenge the pocket money of the second-generation rich." But now, it seems that even if you are a second-generation rich, you may not be able to fill in the black hole of this damned system. So Ian felt that he still need to rely on himself, integrate and create his own swordsmanship, and that should be done as soon as possible. So for the rest of the time, Ian waited until the NAN recovers a little. He started to use the Fist of the Mortal Flame and attack in the air on the boat to practice using the NAN and increase his NAN skills proficiency. He wanted to practice as much as possible to achieve advanced proficiency, and perhaps by that time, his Scorching Flash can be used. Yeah, Scorching Flash. This was the name Ian gave for his own skill. He used the Sword of the Darkness Flame and combined it with one of his flashes. Isn't that Scorching Flash? As for the more powerful swordsmanship like one flash, 7 flickers after that, it will be called Scorching 7 Flickers. After 2 days of sailing, nothing went wrong, except for slightly large sea waves. Ian arrived safely on the island of Logtown. When Ian saw the land far from the horizon, he felt that Logtown should be a big town, but when he actually landed, Ian found that it was bigger than he had imagined. On the pier of Logtown, there were many ships moored, large or small, not less than 1,000 ships. These docked ships are not only fishing boats, merchant ships, cruise ships, but also Marines' warships. Even if he was in a remote corner, he could see some big ships with black flags. Needless to say, they should be pirates. At first, Ian wondered if it was really okay for these pirate ships to stop at the harbor in such a magnificent place. Then he knew that pirates are a good group of consumers. They also need supplies, they need to relax and have fun, and compared to ordinary people, pirates spend more money. This also led to the fact that Logtown did not refuse the entry of pirates. It was once the place where the pirate king, Goldie Roger, was born and executed. This town is also known as the town of the beginning and the end, and it was also a great deterrent to pirates. At the same time, Logtown also had the largest marine base in East Blue. Naturally, they are not afraid of pirates, riots and robberies. Wow! As soon as Ian entered Logue Town, a sense of intimacy arose. Compared with Frost Moon Village, he was still more accustomed to this lively urban life. Of course, if he wants to live in such a place, he must have money first. Ian has money, but at present, it's only on paper. He can't cash it. So Ian pulled a passerby and asked him about the Marine's base location and proceeded to head there first. Chapter 46, Best Friends. Ah, that girl's thighs are so beautiful. It's probably a good fit to wear net-like stockings. Wow! This girl's very hot, look at her beautiful dress, from this site, I can see half of her chest. Huh? This restaurant is so crowded, it looks like they have delicious food. Should I come and eat here when I get the money? Oh, what kind of fish does that fishmonger sell? It looks strange. It's an elephant's trunk? Walking in the streets of Logue Town, Ian looked around and saw another world completely different from the tranquil and peaceful Frost Moon Village. It can be said that Ian came to this world for so many years. For the first time in the street, he saw so many people, and unconsciously he was so excited. He not only looked at the beautiful women in the street, but also at all kinds of strange things. Anyway, the Marine's base could not run away from the town, so he did not rush to it. He just looked fresh and strange all the way. But what he didn't know was that he looked like a bumpkin who had never been in a city. When some fashionable men and women passed him, they couldn't help looking at him strangely, and then silently covered their mouths and laughed when they left. Ian naturally heard some, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it. These people who laughed at others were shallow people. Ian did not have the time to be angry with these people. While walking, there were two people ahead, a fat man and a thin man. The fat man was wearing a small leather jacket, his whole body and belly were exposing. But the skinny man had a Mohican's hair. There were all kinds of shiny pendants all over his body. Both of them were armed, each carrying a machete, and at first glance, he knew that they were not good people. When they came face to face, both of them walked slantingly, making it easy for passers-by to see them and quickly sneak out, for fear of getting into trouble. Of course, Ian saw the two men, but he didn't pay much attention to them. The route he made was originally staggered with the two. However, what he didn't expect was that when the fat man and the thin man were about to go in the opposite direction of Ian's, the fat guy suddenly took a step in the way of Ian and wanted to hit Ian with his shoulder very stiffly. Ian had already felt something was wrong when the fat man was going to bump into him. Ian used some of his strength to ram the fat man with his shoulder. The fat man looked at his stocky body. He knew that they were about to collide, but he didn't try to avoid that, and with a bang, he was knocked down by Ian when he passed by. Ah! Don't you look, where do you walk, kid? Without waiting for Ian to speak, the other thin man spoke first, with an exciting look on his face, and said to Ian, look at what you have done, you've hurt my friend. Oh, you have to pay for that. On the other hand, the skinny man was wondering how his friend performed so well, just now, that fall looked so real. What doesn't he know was that fat guy was really knocked over, it's not acting. Ian looked at the two guys silently. What was the matter with him? When he first came to Logue Town, he met with racketeers. He wanted to ignore the two men and left directly, but when Ian just lifted his leg, the thin man suddenly grabbed Ian's shoulder and screamed, "Come on, man! This fellow wants to escape when he just bumped into someone." With this shouting, the surrounding passers-by rushed away, revealing a large area of open space. The residents of Logue Town have become accustomed to it, knowing that this is trouble. In order not to be affected, avoiding them was the best solution. The scream of the thin man was supposed to be incompetent, but the strange thing was that the people on the road gathered up from all the corners as if they were concerned about the fat guy, and all of them were carrying weapons, and Ian found himself surrounded in the middle by them. What's going on? Among those who just ran out, a big man with a mustache said, "How can you run away when you hit someone? Is that how to compensate for those you damaged?" Others also echoed. Watching these people trying to deduce the situation of the brave spectators, but when their acting skills were not in place, Ian thought it was really funny. At last, he knew that he had not only met racketeers, but it was a whole gang committee. In fact, when Ian came ashore, he felt vague as if someone was stalking him. At that time, he thought that the person who was following might be the sheriff in the town, and he didn't care. After all, he was armed, and those sheriffs were afraid of the pirates' disturbances on the shore, so it was normal to monitor them. But when these people appeared in front of him, Ian discovered that the person who was stalking him was not the town sheriff, but he was one of this gang. What he didn't know was that it was these guys who were a local gangster in Logtown or some pirate regiment. Ian was just wondering why these people were stalking him. What were they thinking? Ian doesn't look like a rich man. Just when Ian was still wondering, he heard the thin man says, "If you hurt someone, you don't just walk away. Where is there such a cheap thing? I think your sword is good, so give it to me to pay for my friend's medical expenses." Ian was surprised that they wanted the long sword on his back. Does it mean that my sword is worth a lot of money? What Ian doesn't know was that these gangsters look down for people, but they have a great eye for things. The style of Ian's long sword is totally different from the weapons commonly used by people in this world. It has a different kind of beauty. Moreover, it really belongs to good swords just in terms of the texture of its blade. If we want to make a comparison, this long sword is at the lowest level of the good sharp swords, but its considered price is 1,000,000 berries. A teenager who looks 17 or 18 years old, carrying a weapon worth 1,000,000 berries, and who has never seen this world before, walked around in the street and was curious about everything. This group looked at Ian as an easy target. Ian was not a fool. When he heard the other party's idea of taking his sword, he suddenly understood it. He couldn't help but sigh. A bustling city is like this. Although it is prosperous, there are also people of all kinds. Compared with the quiet life of Frost Moon Village, it is really annoying to encounter such an event. So he lowered the brim of his hat and looked up at the group. His eyes were hidden in the shadow of his hat. He coldly said, "Come on, kids, get good." As soon as this is said, it made the group around Ian all stunned. In their thoughts, this bumpkin, who had never seen the world before, should be panicking at such a situation, right? There were so many people on the other side, and with a little acquaintance with each other, so they thought they won't need their weapons in order to get what they want? There is something wrong with this kid. Why is he so arrogant? At this time, the fat man who had just been knocked down by Ian's shoulder opened his mouth and said, "Be careful, this boy's strength is good." "Oh, it hurts me." "Hi. How strong is he?" The thin man reacted disdainfully, "I don't believe he can beat us all alone, 20 or 30 people." The man with the mustache also seemed impatient with acting, and spoke directly to Ian, "Boy, hand over your sword, that's all. Or we'll kill you. If they can't get it with racketeering, will they change it into a robbery?" Ian can't help feeling pity for their intelligence. There are always people who think that their large number will undoubtedly have higher power. These guys are simply gangsters, and their entanglement is a waste of time, so he was lazy to talk nonsense with them, so Ian directly pulled his sword and prepared to fight them. However, at this time, a voice suddenly sounded from the rear, saying, "So many people bullying a kid, we really can't stand it anymore. What do you think, Yusaku?" Then another voice replied, "Of course, we can't turn a blind eye to such evil things, do you say so, Johnny? Was there anyone who dares to meddle?" The gangsters immediately turned their heads and looked over. Ian also felt the same thing. Although these little guys were not a problem for him, but in this case, the passers-by were hiding far away, but there were people who dared to stand up for justice, and also these two names were familiar, which made Ian somewhat concerned. Looking back, Ian saw two men standing behind. On the left, a man was wearing cool black sunglasses and had a black tattoo on his left cheek that reads C. His right hand was crosswise, and his left hand clenching his fist on his chin. The one on the right, however, was wearing a red headgear, carrying a cigarette, a green coat and yellow plaid shorts over his unshaven legs. Both of them had large swords on their waists, but one on his left and the other on his right. Ian watched the two men in silence and said to himself, "Aren't these Johnny and Yusaku who were the keenest friends?" The two men still looked young and immature, but their strong manners are already in place, so that the group of gangsters was also frightened by them. Looking at them vigilantly, they said, "Who are you? I advise you that you should not meddle in our business, you better leave." "Who are we?" Johnny pushed his sunglasses, pulled out his large sword at his waist, and pointed to the group, "I'm Johnny." "I'm Yusaku." Yusaku did the same thing as Johnny and said his name. Then the two said together, "We are pirate hunters." "Pirate hunters?" The gang looked at each other and suddenly burst out laughing. "Haha, pirate hunters? The ones were afraid of our pirate hunters, but you guys? The man with the mustache laughed and said, not to mention that we have never heard of you too. Hi! Johnny was in a hurry and shouted at them, don't underestimate us. Although we've just started out, but we are very powerful. It seems that we have to teach them a lesson. Yusaku said to Johnny. All right. Johnny nodded, exactly, catching this gang will make both of us famous. After that, Johnny told Ian, don't worry, we'll help you solve this problem, but you'd better hide in case you're scared and don't want to be splashed with blood. Ian was silent, got off the way. Then Johnny and Yusaku rushed towards the group opposite with their swords, and they kept screaming all the way. After this screaming, Johnny and Yusaku were quickly settled by the group opposite. Beaten black and blue, with no resistance whatsoever to the group. Chapter 47, Who Caught Them? Johnny and Yusaku were lying on the ground, their faces swollen like pigs' heads, their hands and feet were twitching. The reason is that they both rushed to help, just after some swings they were kicked down. It seemed that the gangsters feel that their opponent was too weak, so they were too lazy to use their weapons to kill them, so that group gathered around them directly and started kicking them while they were on the ground. Ian watched this scene and felt terrible, he couldn't help but cover his face and didn't want to see it again. His original thought was that Johnny and Yusaku dared to stand up to help someone even if it wasn't their business. Then they should be kinda powerful, so Ian just got off their way. He should have known that they were so weak and should not have let them go at first, and should have solved it by himself. The action of Ian covering his face was misunderstood by this gang. They thought that he was too frightened to see Johnny and Yusaku's tragedy, so they laughed more arrogantly and loudly. At that moment, Johnny, who was shaking up and trying to get up, said to Ian, oh damn it! We nearly won, take advantage of this time and run quickly. Ian was stunned, what do you mean? The two guys, Johnny and Yusaku, were not just pretending that it's alright, but even they were trying to help Ian escape? Otherwise, why would they tell him to run this time? Haha, you want to escape? The man with the mustache burst out laughing, and his group surrounded Ian again, do you think you can escape easily? Hand over your weapon. Ian looked at them askew and asked, you said just now that the thing you feared the most was a pirate hunter? Are you pirates? Yeah, that's right, we are pirates. The thin man said proudly. Oh, that's it. Ian understood now, and suddenly said, I thought you are just gangsters. In that case, you're supposed to be part of some big pirate regiment, no wonder you don't take pirate hunters seriously. That's right. The thin man wanted to keep talking, but Ian shook his head and interrupted him. Unfortunately, I have no time to listen to your bullshit. Ian pointed at them with Samaro's long sword, because whether you were afraid of pirate hunters, from today on, you must be afraid. What do you mean? The thin guy was stunned. It's very simple, I am also a pirate hunter. When Ian finished talking, he directly struck the thin man's shoulder with the back of his sword. Then everyone heard a terrible squeaking noise. Immediately, the bone on the thin man's shoulder was crushed by Ian's attack, and the thin man fell to his knees with a loud scream. For these unruly pirates, Ian was too lazy to cut them with his blade. This place was full of people, which would make it bloody and ugly, so he used the back of his sword. Go! Kill him! The horror of the thin man did not scare these pirates, but inspired their fierceness. 20 or 30 pirates came to Ian with their weapons. Ian raised his sword and blocked the swing of a pirate's axe in front of him. He lifted his leg and kicked him on his chest. With great force, the pirate was shot out like a cannon shell and crashed into the shop in front of him. Too weak. These guys have no power except for these large number of people. They were not even as good as the pirates of Buggy. Even if they attacked him, it would have no effect on Ian's speed and reaction. The long sword in his hand waved and drew an arc. It was a precise knock at every pirate's wrist. It knocked down the weapons in their hands. Then, when they were distracted, with the back of his sword, Ian again struck their shoulders. The noise of the fractured bones kept sounding continuous. The nearest circle of people from Ian were beaten like the thin guy. One by one fell on his knees and screamed loudly. A one person may not be screaming that loud, but 7 or 8 people cried together, which was a little exaggerated. The remaining pirates were finally frightened and stared at Ian with weapons, wondering if they should continue to pounce on him. They were stunned, but Ian didn't stop. He rushed into the crowd and zigzagged around. Everyone he saw was knocked down with a hit of the back of his sword, breaking their shoulders and making them kneel on the ground. In just over 10 seconds, the group of 20 or 30 pirates was all kneeling down. He didn't even use his skills. It wasn't worth it to these guys. Although the people around the road have been hiding far away, they were actually watching secretly. When they saw that Ian had beat so many wicked men in a short time, they couldn't help being shocked. They thought that the boy with the weird hat was so unlucky. How could they know that suddenly the boy had won against these guys? This young man is really strong. Ian watched all of them lose their resistance. Then he put the sword back and went to Johnny and Yusaku. He bowed his head and asked them, "Are you all right?" "Yeah, we're all right." Johnny and Yusaku stared at Ian for a while before they reacted and got up from the ground in a hurry. Looking at the screaming pirates lying on the ground, Ian had some headaches and didn't know how to deal with them. So he thought about it and asked Johnny and Yusaku, "Do you have a rope?" "Ah. Yes." Johnny and Yusaku were stunned and quickly answered, "Yes, Oni-san." Big brother with respect. After seeing the battle Ian had just fought, the two guys finally realized that Ian didn't need them to meddle at all. The strength of this group was many times higher than that of these two guys. So when they opened their mouths, they called Ian Big Brother directly. Ian also knows the virtues of these two men. As long as he is better than them, they will call him Big Brother. So there was no accident while they tied up the pirates with ropes. Johnny and Yusaku immediately took action and did not take long to complete Ian's instructions. "Let's go to the marine base," Ian said to them. Then, a magical scene appeared in the streets of Logue Town. 20 or 30 pirates were tied to their waists by a rope, while Ian was walking ahead alone, holding the rope and dragging them. Each of them had their right shoulder bones broken, whining as they walked. If an uninformed person saw it, they would think it was human trafficking. The pirate riots there were just reported to the Marines. Just as Ian was walking with this group of pirates, the Marine soldiers also came. After seeing this scene, they were shocked and pointed their gun at Ian. Johnny and Yusaku raised their hands in horror. Only Ian said calmly, "I'm a pirate hunter. I come to the base to receive a bounty. These people are pirates, so you'd better not point your gun at me." A Marine soldier, Mashikaku, was the leader of the team. He heard the words and looked at the group of people pulled by Ian in the rear. As a matter of fact, they really didn't look like good men. He waved his hand and asked the Marine soldiers to put down their guns. "Young man, these pirates you caught look like third-rate pirates," the chief petty officer said to Ian. "Although their number is large, their reward is not necessarily high, or maybe they have none. It doesn't matter." Ian shook his head. "These guys were just in my way. They wanted to rob me. I'm not here to receive their bounty." "Oh?" Mashikaku was surprised and asked, "Whose bounty do you come for? Do you have any supporting documents?" "Yeah. Sure." Ian took out the arrest certificate issued by Morgan and handed it to him. "I caught the buggy pirates." When Mashikaku heard this, he was very surprised. He quickly took the document and looked at it. After a while, he looked up at Ian with disbelief expression. "This document is not fake. So you're Ian, the pirate hunter mentioned by the 153rd branch?" "Well, it's me." Ian nodded and asked, "I just came to Logue Town to get the reward." Johnny and Yusaku stood behind Ian, heard the whole conversation, and their eyes shone. They knew what kind of pirate group Buggy's was. He is the star clown, Buggy, who has a bounty of 7 million berries. They just saw the scene of Ian beating that gang, and they knew Ian was very strong, but they didn't expect Ian to be so strong that he can even catch a pirate worth a 7 million berries bounty. This time, Johnny and Yusaku were more determined to call Ian Big Brother. When he heard that Ian was coming to collect the reward, the chief petty officer was somewhat embarrassed. He said, "It is true that bounties with millions of berries are collected from Logue Town, but unfortunately, you may need to wait for a little longer." "What do you mean?" Ian raised his eyebrows. "Don't get me wrong, it's not that we won't give you the reward." Mashikaku waved hurriedly and said, "Because the person in charge of our base has been transferred. It's also related to the buggy pirates you caught. They were bold enough to attack the 153rd branch. So the Marine headquarters felt that it was necessary to send a strong person to the East Blue. The order has been given, and Captain Smoker is already on his way. He's crossing the calm belt, so he'll be here in 2 days. Captain Smoker? Ian was stunned. No way. Smoker was transferred to Logtown to be in charge, and it was related to him catching Buggy. He understood Mashikaku's meaning. The large expenditure of the base needs the signature of the new person in charge to approve it. Fortunately, it's only 2 days. But Ian had no money now, so he pulled the rope in his hand and asked Mashikaku, "Can these pirates get me some money? If their bounty is small, you don't need his sign for approval, do you?" "I don't know about that. You can come with me to the base to check it out," Mashikaku said. So, Ian took the string of pirates and followed Mashikaku to the base. "You're amazing, Big Brother Ian." Johnny came up excitedly and said, "I didn't expect that you caught Buggy with the bounty of 7 million berries. If only we could catch pirates with such high rewards in the future." Yusaku looked forward to it. "So we don't have to fish to maintain our lives." Despite the fact that these two men had acted justly in spite of their own safety, Ian acquiesced in their following. "But what the heck, how miserable are you guys? What? Fishing to sustain life? Aren't you pirate hunters?" Ian didn't want to say a word, he just kept silence, and then he heard the man with the mustache behind him weakly saying, "What is the greatness of catching a 7 million pirate? You'd better let us go. We're Krieg pirates, if you dare to hand us over to the Marines, the Don Krieg will never let you go." Chapter 48, Ship's Problem. "Well? Who did you say will come for you?" The man with the mustache had severe shoulder pain, he talked a little leaky, and Ian didn't hear him clearly. Johnny and Yusaku heard him, and they suddenly exclaimed, "You what did you say? K Krieg pirates?" "Yes." The man with the mustache and several other pirates laughed fiercely and said, "We have already said that although we are pirates, we are not afraid of any pirate hunter. We are the biggest hegemony in the East Blue, the Krieg pirates. In the East Blue, no pirate hunter dares to interfere with us." The voice had not yet fallen. Suddenly, a foot came out and kicked him directly in the face. Puff! The man's face was slammed, and teeth sprayed out with blood and nerves dangling on each tooth. What kicked him in the face was naturally Ian's foot. While everyone was looking, Ian calmly retracted his foot, and said, "Shush! Didn't you say that? Let's get out of here and shut up." Are you crazy?" Another pirate screamed, "You dare to do that after we told you that we're Krieg pirates?" Ian didn't get angry again, he walked to the pirate's side and poked his head, "So what if you're one of Krieg's pirates? I told you all, I am a pirate hunter. How dare you say in front of my face that no one dares to interfere with you? What the heck? Are you kicking me?" After that, Ian directly kicked him against the others and kept them moving forward while maintaining their silence. The soldiers in front of them turned back and watched Ian kicking the pirates. When they saw this scene, they finally recognized that he was really a 17-year-old boy who caught a bunch of pirates. Many Marine soldiers shrank their necks in awe of Ian's fierce temper. Finally, Johnny and Yusaku dragged Ian. Johnny took out some wanted posters and showed them over to Ian. He said, "Brother Ian, listen to me. The Krieg pirates are not comparable to the Buggy pirates. Their leader, Admiral Don Krieg, is a strong pirate with more than 10 million bounty. He's really a famous and vicious pirate on the East Blue. It's really troublesome to get involved with him." Ian took the poster and found that Krieg's reward was the same as he remembers, 17 million berries. T.N, lol, did he remembers all the bounties in the world XD? E.N, nope, only the famous and big bosses that Luffy faced. In fact, Ian was going to the sea 3 years earlier than Luffy. Even Buggy's bounty was only 7 million. He didn't expect that Krieg had the same reward. What Ian didn't know was that the main thing about the bounties was the government's attitude towards the pirate. Krieg, who stole a marine ship and, under the guise of a marine flag, he approached towns without suspicion in order to let people relax their vigilance, and then he takes the opportunity to attack many villages and ships. For this, the government and the Marines were so outraged by this group, constantly smearing the Marines, so they belonged to the enormously threatening pirates. This can explain why Krieg's bounty surpassed 10 million. But Buggy, who was keen on looting treasures and doesn't provoke the Marines easily, and most of the time, he kept the low-key affair, but Krieg was notorious. The two didn't have the same terms of reputation. He also gained some advantages of this notoriety. The Krieg Pirates was the recognized hegemony in the East Blue, and many pirates have chosen to join him. With Johnny and Yusaku's explanation, Ian finally figured out why they were so afraid of him. It is said that the Krieg Pirates had developed very well now. He has more than 30 ships and 3,000 pirates. Even some small marine branch couldn't emulate to such a force. Ian turned to Mashikaku and said, "Is it normal that the marine sits and watches the Krieg Pirates expand?" Mashikaku spread out his hands helplessly and said, "What can we do? The Marines' elites are concentrated in various branches in the Grand Line. That goes not only in the East Blue, even the South Blue, the North Blue, and the West Blue. The marine forces of the four major oceans are weak, and we have no intention to do anything. After hearing that Captain Smoker is coming, it will be better." Ian shook his head when he heard this. Even the Marines were afraid of Krieg. But Ian knew very well that Krieg isn't that strong, he's incomparable to Buggy. At least, Buggy has a devil fruit, but Krieg was just an ordinary man, and he isn't even as stratagem as Captain Kuro. It can only be said that this fellow is just cunning. His so-called strength is nothing more than an illusion. Perhaps it is because of his inner weakness that this fellow always likes to arm himself with some external equipment. So 2 years later, when Krieg wanted to challenge himself and go to the Grand Line, he tragically encountered Dracula Mihawk, who defeated his whole fleet by himself, and returned miserably after only 7 days on the Grand Line. For this so-called Krieg Pirates, Ian was not very concerned about them. He can roughly feel his own strength. He knows that he is much better than Zoro when he goes out to sea. If Krieg really dares to give Ian troubles, then it's time to kill him. As for his so-called thousands of subordinates, he could see what kind of pirates they were. Their means were blocking roads, racketeering to rob things. Could this be called pirates? So Ian didn't take the threat of the pirates seriously at all and took them all to the marine base. Mashikaku, with his men, asked for the names of the pirates one by one in order to find out if they were wanted. The result almost made Ian want to kick them all again. He had a hunch that these guys were not pirates at all. The result of interrogation confirmed this. Almost none of them was wanted by the marine, that is to say, there was a little reward. Except for the man with the mustache, who used to be a mountain bandit, he was badly wounded when he was robbing someone. Then he ran to the sea and joined the Krieg Pirates. He was the only one who had a bounty, but he was not wanted by the Marines. The family of the victim offered a reward on him, and it was only 50,000 berries. If it weren't for the bounty of that man, the pirates would have suffered another harsh beating from Ian. Buggy's 7 million bounty won't be received until Smoker arrives in 2 days. So the 50,000 reward for the man with the mustache was the only money Ian has made at present. Fortunately, the Marines paid him directly. With these 50,000 berries, Ian shouldn't have a problem staying these 2 days in Logue Town, which made Ian feel better, so he said to Johnny and Yusaku, "Come on, I will invite you to dinner." "Oh! Sugoi Ian!" Johnny and Yusaku immediately raised their hands and cheered. Despite their weakness, they were still righteous, and Ian found that even though they had just started out, but they were like snakes, knowing many things. So Ian wanted to take the opportunity and ask them about something while eating. They had arrived at a lively restaurant they had seen on the street. Before the waiter came and took their order, Johnny and Yusaku were slapping the tables and shouting, "Beer! 3 large beers!" It seems that those who go out to sea are basically good drinkers. Ian didn't mind, either. When the beer was served, he bumped his cup into Johnny and Yusaku's glass and said, "Cheers." After drinking a large glass of beer, while waiting for the waiter to refill the cups, Ian asked the 2 young men, "Do you know if there is a shipyard in Logue Town that sell large ships?" "Why, brother Ian, do you want to buy a ship?" Johnny asked curiously. "Well, to be precise, I want a medium-sized ship. I'm going to the Grand Line," Ian replied. On his way to Logue Town, he had already thought about it. He was thinking that he really had to go to the Grand Line. There were hardly any devil fruit in the East Blue. Even Buggy's fruit was from the Grand Line. So in order to find a devil fruit, he must go to the Grand Line. Kuina has been lying in bed for so many years, presumably, even if he wakes up, it won't be easy for her. As her brother, she might accept or refuse his help. Even though, he thought had better get Kuina one of the strongest Logia fruit. Although the devil fruit is related to the exercise of users, the Logia-type devil fruits are still recognized to be stronger. As long as the user of this type of fruit doesn't fight one of their counters, the Logia fruit users are usually untouchable, or unless they encounter someone with Haki. The Logia-type devil fruits is destined to have a higher starting point than that of the Zoan and Paramecia. In order to find devil fruits, he must go to the Grand Line, but to there, Ian's current boat can't resist the tide, so Ian felt it necessary to change to a bigger ship. Nevertheless, a ship too big can't be operated by one person, so Ian carefully considered that a medium-sized ship is the most suitable one. Johnny took a big sip of his beer, wiped the corners of his mouth and said, "With all respect, Big Brother Ian, even if you get the 7 million reward, it's still very difficult to buy a ship." "No?" Ian asked. "How expensive is a medium-sized ship?" "It's not a question of the price." Yusaku shook his head and said, "It's about booking it. A ready-made ship can't be bought at the shipyard at all. It can only be booked. But after booking, a ship will be ready after 5 or 6 months short and a year long." "Can you wait, Big Brother Ian? That long?" Ian was shocked. "Of course, it's not that easy to make a ship." Johnny said, "Wood needs to be dried, then it needs to be painted, and then re-dried. There are many processes before and after. I'd like to say that if you buy a new boat with it, you'd better ask if someone in Logtown will sell their old boat, which is not only cheap but also you won't wait for a thing." Chapter 49, Dine and Dash. As the three men spoke, the restaurant owner served the principal food. E.N. The principal foods of an animal population are those which it eats in greatest quantities. The reason why this restaurant is so popular was that it operates like a big stall in the impression of Ian. All the food is famous for its large quantity. This time, the principal food was no exception. It was a large piece of barbecued meat, and they had no idea what kind of animal it was. It presents a nice pink color with all kinds of spices. It feels fragrant as soon as it comes up. There was not only a barbecue on the plate, but also rice, which seems to be watered with the gravy of barbecue, wrapped in a green vegetable leaf, increasing people's appetite at first sight. When Ian saw the vegetable leaves, he remembered that his den mushi hadn't been fed in the past 2 days, so he quickly took off his hat. Inside the hat, the little guy was hanging steadily upside down on the top of the hat. It was sticking to his body. His big eyes were huddled inside his shell. Ian pulled him and found that he was still stuck from stickiness. No wonder, even if Ian has often fought with people in this period, this little fellow had no problem with falling off or rolling and slamming all over inside the hat. So Ian had to tap on the shell gently. When he heard the noise, his big eyes came out of the shell and looked at Ian with a happy look. "Hi! Animals in this world give people a sense of refinement, so spiritual. Den mushis are lazy creatures. They not only rarely move, but also seldom have the idea of foraging themselves, so they like to be raised by people. In that case, they can have a stable source of food, and their food intake is not large. Sometimes it doesn't matter if they don't feed them for a few days. Unfortunately, this den mushi is a kind of creature, not an industrialized product. Their quantity was not that much in the world, so it is impossible to popularize it like a mobile phone. With this den mushi, Ian can talk to Master Koshiro in Frost Moon Village and Zoro at any time. Of course, if he couldn't make the call, that does not mean that he was unable to write letters. That's what the cruise ships parked at the port of Logtown do. Letters and documents can be sent by cruise. After pulling off the leaves from the plate and putting them in his hat to feed the den mushi, Ian ate his own meal. After so many days on the boat, he basically only ate cold food. Now he could finally eat a hot meal. Ian felt that it was delicious, like never before. Johnny and Yusaku, both of them, were also busy chewing. All three of them kept eating all kinds of food. Then they cried out. In a short time, they had piled up a bunch of plates in front of them. When he finally got full and looked up, Ian was shocked after seeing the pile of dishes. How did we eat that much? He only has 50,000 berries in his pocket now. If that wasn't enough to pay for the meal, then this will be terrible. It's a shame that a pirate hunter should wash dishes and pay off his debts in the restaurant. Are you pigs? He couldn't help knocking Johnny and Yusaku hard on the head. These two guys, their stomachs almost became round, while still eating. Their posture was like they have eaten all the food for a lifetime. "Brother Ian, didn't you say that we are your guests?" Johnny covered his head and kept chewing his food. He hesitated and said, "You aren't taking back your words, aren't you?" "Shit." Ian lowered his voice and said, "I only have 50,000 berries. What if we had eaten too much and didn't have enough money? Then we run." Yusaku whispered, "Anyway, it's not the first time we've to dine and dash." Ian found that what he said was reasonable, and for a while, he didn't know how to answer that. Just then, the three suddenly heard a loud noise coming from behind. This restaurant with food stalls has been busy and noisy before, so Ian didn't pay much attention to it at first, but it was unexpected that the noise was much louder than usual. So the three couldn't help turning around and looking over. That thing happened on the other side of the dining table. A group of people was there, looking like all the customers in the restaurant, no less than 20 people. They gathered in a semicircle, and they were pointing and arguing about something with each other. "What's the matter? Why did the man suddenly collapsed?" "Yes, he was eating just now. Wouldn't he be dead? His face is buried on the food, and he is still motionless. Look, he still has food in his hand, which means he died suddenly from eating. Hey chef, there might be a problem with your stuff, it's food poisoning?" A group of customers guessed the reason, and then gradually pointed at the restaurant owner. The restaurant owner didn't dare to take this spot. So he waved his hand in a hurry and said, "Impossible, so many people have eaten the same food, why did no one else got poisoned?" Hearing this conversation of the customers, Johnny said, "Brother Ian, it seems that someone died suddenly." Yusaku said while closing his arms. "I think it's probably a heart attack, and suddenly it happened when he was eating." Johnny was reluctant and said, "You haven't seen that person. How can you be so sure?" As they spoke and argued, they did not notice the expression on Ian's face. How to say it, the expression on Ian's face was very strange, there were some doubts, as if he had noticed something and couldn't believe it. In short, his face was extremely weird. This scene feels so familiar. So Ian got up quickly and walked towards the dining table surrounded by the customers. He squeezed in the crowd, walked inside and saw a man sitting on a chair with his back to him. He was holding a knife and fork high on the table, and the food was still poked on them, but his whole head was hanging down, and his face was plunged inside the plate. The suspected victim wore a pair of black shorts with an iron chain, but he had no clothes on his upper body. He wore an orange jean hat on his head, a tattoo on his left arm and 4 letters of ASCE, the letter S was crossed out. At the sight of the tattoo, Ian realized that it was really him. Just now, he heard the customers saying that someone was eating, and then dropped dead. Ian had a bad feeling. When he sees that person, Ian's thoughts were in place. He had the impression that the person who could dress up like this, is without a second thought Ace. The reason why Ian was so surprised was that although Ian promised to help Garp in catching his grandson Ace, he never thought that he would meet Ace so soon. As he said before, what are the chances of meeting a specific person in such a vast world? Now Ian's experience can tell everyone the result, very, very big. It was so big that he doesn't know how to spit it out. Vice Admiral, Garp, did he have a prophecy? Just after he entrusted the task, he met with Ace. He was sure that he will meet Ace, wasn't he? In particular, Ian was speechless. He was just talking about the topic of Dine and Dash with Johnny and Yusaku. Then he turned to meet Ace, the Lord of Dine and Dash. What the heck? This world is so wonderful that ordinary people can't understand it at all. Just as Ian was in a mess, Ace, who was buried on the dinner plate over there, suddenly raised his head abruptly. This made the surrounding circle of customers who thought he was dead, so shocked that their chins fell down to the ground. Little did he know how much disturbance he had just caused. With a poha, Ace gasped for a long time and began to chew the food in his mouth again. People around him said with a lingering palpitation, "It's dangerous." He fell asleep accidentally and almost died of suffocation. As soon as this was said, the customers and the owner of the restaurant surrounding him suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground. He fell asleep. Though often some odd people come to Log Town, but this was the first time that people have ever seen such kind. After chewing for a while and eating the food on the plate, Ace overlapped the plate onto the already tall stack of dishes, which he ate. The food of that one person was catching up with Ian's group. "Ah, I'm full. I'm really full." Ace patted his belly, turned around and revealed his freckled face. Ian was the two sad and smiling circular badges on his cowboy hat. Two long orange side straps hung down sides of his hat and met at a large medallion of a bull's skull with orange tassels. Seeing a group of people surrounded him, Ace was somewhat surprised and asked, "What happened?" The crowd could no longer hold back, and screamed at him fiercely, "What do you mean?" Everyone was worried about him, and then it turned out that the man was just sleeping, and he dared to ask what happened? Ace didn't care, or he didn't even understand why these people were screaming at him. He just stood up, put his shoulder bag on his back, bowed to the restaurant owner and said politely, "The meal was delicious. Thank you for your hospitality." The restaurant owner was stunned by his sudden courtesy, and subconsciously responded, "My pleasure. I'm pleased to hear that you are satisfied. Goodbye then." Ace bowed again. "Okay, take care, and visit us again," the restaurant owner answered subconsciously. When Ace walked out of the store, the restaurant owner felt as if he had forgotten something. Finally, the waiter cautiously reminded him, "Boss, the man has not paid yet." The owner of the restaurant finally regained his consciousness and rushed out to the entrance of the store. As a result, he found that Ace had already run away. So the owner shouted, "Catch that runner!" When Ian walked out to Ace, he was refreshed. He thought of Garp's task. He couldn't take so much into account. He took up his hat, buckled it on his head, and followed him out of the store. Johnny and Yusaku looked at each other and immediately followed him. So in the end, Ian heard the roar of the restaurant owner at the entrance of the store and turned into, "Catch those guys who ate without paying." Chapter 50, Can We Still Be Friends? Johnny chased him from behind and shouted excitedly, "Brother Ian, you're so smart. When someone eats and run, we have to take the opportunity to run away too. In this way, even if we were caught by the sheriff, that fellow would be the lead suspect." Yusaku echoed on the other side, "Yes, yes. It's time to call him the leader's loss." When Ian heard that, he shook his hand and said, "Shut up. Isn't it just for a dine and dash, okay?" Looking at the way the guy was running as soon as he leaves the store, they didn't think about it. This guy is a habitual criminal. If Ian stopped to give the owner the meal money and then tries to chase Ace, at that time, he might lose track of Ace then. It's hard to find Ace here, how could Ian let him run away so easily? In fact, Ian did not need to be so concerned. Although Garp commissioned Ian in exchange for the boat and handcuffs, he did not send anyone to supervise him. It is reasonable that even if Ian has seen Ace, he could act like he didn't know him. Even if he did meet Garp again, he would say that he had not met him. But that's not the case. In the days after leaving Garp's boat, Ian suddenly remembered something. Since Garp was a vice admiral, should he have more power? Moreover, he is also a good friend of Sengoku. He can, for sure, talk with the world government. So, can he ask for help from them and introduce him to Vegapunk? It's not just to meet this mysterious scientist, but Ian wonders if this technological genius, who has surpassed mankind for 500 years, will be able to help him awaken Kuina. Vegapunk can even transform the human body. Would he know something about the soul? If Ian doesn't know about these people and things, it's okay. But he's a transmigrator. If he knows something about the world's most famous people, he must try his best to do everything he can. This fantasy world is indeed soulful. The most obvious example is the Yomi Yomi no Mi of Brook. If Vegapunk is really such a genius, then he could not have known such things as soul. With this idea, Ian felt that the line between himself and Garp could not be broken. But Ian is not one of Garp's men. At best, he just knows. The only thing Ian can rely on now is helping Garp. Naturally, it falls on the matter of catching Ace. That's why he's in a hurry to catch up. He had already figured it out. Before Garp leaves the East Blue, no matter what, he must catch Ace once. Then send Ace to him. But Ace is a fast runner. Ian has been chasing him, looking at his glossy back. At this time, Ace has not joined the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment. Naturally, there was no tattoo on his back with the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment logo. After all, Ian went to sea 3 years earlier. Some things have not happened yet. He doesn't know why Ace was in this town. Ian thought he was going to the Grand Line, so he stopped at Logue Town. But it made Ian wonder that the time was too coincidental. Just when his grandfather Garp left for shells, Ace appeared. "Stop!" Ian shouted to Ace, "Stop!" However, he doesn't know if Ace regards Ian and the three of them as the pursuers of the restaurant owner. Instead of stopping obediently, he put more effort under his feet and runs faster. Johnny and Yusaku were running with Ian, but they were panting. At this time, when Ian was crying out to the criminal in front of them, they asked, "Hey brother Ian! You're trying to catch that guy?" "Yeah." Ian also had no time to pay attention to these two and answered casually. Then Johnny and Yusaku did not talk anymore and just ran harder. "Ace! Stop running away!" Ian continued to shout. This time, he used some of his nen on his legs, speeding up again, and finally got closer to Ace. But the weird thing was that Ian found out that the speed of this guy is just the same as his own, and now he is just barely on par with his rate of speed. When Ace looked back and saw Ian approaching, he was shocked and said, "Don't chase me, even if you do, I don't have money to pay you." "It's not about the dine and dash." Ian chased him and said, "I have something to say to you." "What's so urgent? That you have to chase me 2 streets for it?" Ace did not believe, he said, "And I don't know you at all." Yes, in such a short period, Ian has been running 2 streets after Ace. It can be seen how fast their speed was. Along the way, countless pedestrians stared at them as they rushed past like a gust of wind, wondering what was going on. On the contrary, whether Ian or Ace, both are real monsters. Ian's condition is needless to talk about, and Ace, this guy who was trained from fighting with wild animals in the mountains and woods as a child, won't lose to Ian. They had a lot of stamina, and they ran so freaking far at such a fast speed, and neither of them was breathless. Knowing that this pursuit was not going to work, Ian turned his eyes and thought of a way. "Slow down Ace, do you want to know about Sabo?" Ian shouted. With a squeak, Ace in front of him suddenly stopped. Ian was caught off guard and collided with him. The two of them fell to the ground. Ian felt dizzy, but when he recovered, he found his collar caught by Ace. "What did you say just now?" Ace grabbed Ian anxiously and asked, "How do you know Sabo? Isn't he dead? Let go first." Ian patted Ace's hand away in a bad mood. "Sorry, I'm impulsive." "Go min-any," Ace said in a hurry. "Tell me." E.N, meaning sorry. Ian picked up his hat, looked at his den mushy inside, found that the little guy was okay, put it on his head, and said to Ace, "Who told you Sabo was dead?" He just wanted to stop Ace from running, but if he pronounced Garp's name, and Ace heard that name, it was expected that he would run even faster, so Ian had to bring up Sabo's. He knew that Ace would stop. He didn't mind letting Ace know about it. In fact, Ian knew from the time he saved Kuina that because of his involvement, the history of the world had inevitably changed. In that case, it was no big deal to tell Ace that Sabo was not dead. As for whether Ace would go to look for Sabo after he knew this news, it was beyond his control. Historically, Ace could not see Sabo again until he died. Perhaps his appearance could make up for this regret of him. He isn't dead? Great, that's great. After listening to Ian's words, Ace burst into tears and repeated this sentence, "If Luffy knows, he will be very happy." Ian did not speak, but looked at Ace quietly. He understood the sentiment between the three brothers, and naturally understood Ace's feelings at this time. After crying for a while, Ace suddenly remembered something. He grabbed the corner of Ian's clothes and wiped his face. Tears and runny nose were directly left on Ian's clothes. Before Ian lost his temper, Ace suddenly sat on the ground, bowed down to Ian deeply and said, "Thank you. That's the best news I've heard since I went to the sea, but please tell me. Since Sabo is not dead, where is he now? To tell you the truth, I don't know where he is now." Ian shook his head and said, "That was many years ago, when I was only a 10-year-old, the ship that saved him docked in our village. That's why I knew about him. If I remember correctly, the one who saved him should be the Revolutionary Army." "Really? Was it the Revolutionary Army?" Ace smiled and said, "In that case, I would like to thank one more person besides the benefactor who saved Luffy in the future." Ian was a little bit confused when he heard this. He quickly reminded him, "Hey, the Revolutionary Army is an organization, not a person. Don't make a mistake." "Really? No wonder I said the man's name was so strange," Ace said in a daze. "Where can I find the Revolutionary Army? How do I know?" Ian sullenly glared at him. Suddenly he had a bad idea. He asked him in a low voice, I said, you would not think about joining the Revolutionary Army, do you? No. I still want to be a pirate. Ace laughed. Ian was relieved. It would be really bad if Ace joined the Revolutionary Army, because of his appearance, instead of becoming a pirate. By then, the old man, Garp, would kill him. He was determined to make Ace and Luffy become a marine. The two of them just sat in the street and chatted, and the pedestrians who passed by all looked at them with a strange expression. Just then, Ace suddenly thought of something, looked at Ian with a crooked head and a question mark on his face, and said, weird, why can't I remember? I don't remember seeing you. What's your name? Why do you know about Sabo and me? This problem, Ian definitely didn't have any easy way to explain it. It was impossible to say that he is a transmigrator. So he had to say vaguely, you don't need to care so much, just think of it as a fateful arrangement. We're about the same age. Just call me, Ian. What a profound appearance. Ace laughed. Since you don't want to say it, then I won't ask you. Ace was just occasionally amused, but it doesn't mean he's stupid. He wondered why Ian, a stranger, knows his story. He didn't only know his name, but also knows about Sabo. But he could see that Ian was not deceiving him, and that was enough. He reached out to Ian and said, nice to meet you, Ian, from today on, we are friends. Thank you for the good news. Don't thank me. Ian held out his hand and shook them, and said, look, just wait. And please don't yell at me. Hi. Why? Ace asked inexplicably. Because of this, as Ian spoke, his left hand pulled out the Karski handcuffs from behind, closed them, and handcuffed Ace's wrist. The wind has changed a little bit, and Ace's face was muddled. What do you mean? It's very simple, because someone commissioned me to catch you. Ian shrugged. It's your grandfather, the old man, Garp. What? Ace's astonished cry rang through the entire log town.